You're sweet. I tried to call you, but I was not having time to talk to you, but I just going to just about this. I probably do. I'm gonna have to get that. I gotta get the pictures of this.
Good afternoon. Welcome to the Tuesday, June 25th City Council meeting. It is 3 o'clock. Council Member Amaro, will you lead us in the invocation and the pledge, please?
Thank you, Mr. President. Our minister's not here, so let us pray. Gracious God, we thank you for this day and this hour, this moment in history. As we gather here to do the city's business, we ask you to give us the wisdom to make the right decision. Give us the words to speak peace and holistic healing in our community. Be with us in everything that we say and do. It's in Jesus' holy name we pray. Amen. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
I don't have. Okay, I've just got a couple of announcements. Our pages tonight are Olivia Wright from Trinity Christian. There she is. And Cadence Pauley from James Weldon Johnson Middle School. We will have, as all of you know, we've started at 3 o'clock. We'll have no council agenda items scheduled for a public hearing or public participation will be taken prior to 5 p.m. Anyone who wishes to speak during public comment will need to have their card submitted to Legislative Services prior to 4 o'clock. And I am now going to do, I think everyone knows the stating will be the last item on the agenda, which people keep asking me at what time. I really don't know. I'm guessing sometime between 6 and 7 would be my estimate. Okay, I'm going to now do the awards. I'm going to step down. The first award is the Charles D. Webb Award. The City Council's most prestigious internal award, the Webb Award, is bestowed annually by the outgoing president to the council member that best exemplifies the extraordinary commitment to public service demonstrated by the late Charles D. Webb during his years on the City Council. Mr. Webb served on the City Council from 1971 until his death in 1976. The recipient of this award has been asked on numerous occasions to tackle some of the largest issues we have faced in my tenure on the City Council. He was already ready to rise to the occasion and has never wavered from the additional responsibility that is required of the chair of a special committee. After extensive review and discussion, the committee he chaired formulated a comprehensive set of recommendations aimed at addressing key challenges and opportunities on a variety of topics, and his work is to be commended. These committee's reports were compiled after months of diligent research, analysis, and consultation with relevant stakeholders and the public. The Quality of Life Issue Special Committee, chaired by Councilmember Michael Boylan, was my opportunity to work alongside him as a member, and I watched and his analytical skills were used. Over the course of 19 meetings, organizing working groups on topics ranging from homelessness to access to health care and affordable workforce housing, he remained focused, receiving and reviewing each of the challenges, listening to the needs of the community and finding workable solutions. The Special Committee on JSO Facilities, chaired by Councilmember Boylan, was charged with evaluating the current state of JSO facilities, identifying areas for improvement, relocation, cost, health care, and proposing actionable recommendations to enhance the efficiency, functionality, and safety of these facilities. Throughout these deliberations, thoroughness, objectivity, and transparency were used to complete this assessment, and the work of the committee, subcommittees, and working groups are to be commended. I am proud of the work Councilmember Boylan completed. As president of the Jacksonville City Council, it's my privilege to present this esteemed award to my friend and colleague, Councilmember Michael Boylan. Next is the Mary L. Singleton Memorial Award. The late Mary Littlejohn Singleton was one of the first women elected to the City Council in modern times. In 1967, she was elected to the City Council and served as a vice president for the 67-68 term. Singleton and Sally Mathis were also the first minorities to serve on the City Council since George Ross in 1907. She was elected to the first consolidated city of Jacksonville City Council, serving from 1968 to 1972, when she was elected to the Florida State Legislature. Singleton was re-elected to the legislature in 1974. A graduate of Florida A&M University, Singleton was a former school teacher and known for her work as chair of the Child Daily Care Commission. She died of cancer in 1980. The governor declared December 7th, 1990, Mary Singleton Day in remembrance of her efforts toward peace and brotherhood. The Jacksonville City Council recognized January 20th, 1992 as Mary Singleton Day and established the Mary L. Singleton Award for Justice, Peace, and Social Harmony. Reinstated in 2012, the Mary L. Singleton Memorial Award is given annually by the outgoing City Council President to the most outstanding chair. Tonight, I have this distinct pleasure of recognizing someone who embodies these very qualities, someone who has shown exceptional dedication to our city's growth and improvement. It is with great pleasure that I present the Mary Singleton Award to Cevin, the chair of the Land Use and Zoning Committee. Hang on, I'm not done. Cevin, your leadership has been instrumental in shaping the landscape of our city. Your meticulous attention to detail, your ability to balance growth with community needs on projects from storage facilities, affordable housing projects, and fast food restaurants have set a standard for others to follow. Your commitment to transparent and thoughtful decision-making has helped guide you and your fellow committee members through complex issues. Your efforts over the last 3 years as a member and two-as chair of LUZ have not gone unnoticed. Your work reflects the spirit of Mary Singleton, so it's fitting that you receive this award in her honor. You have championed sustainable development practices while ensuring the voices of the community were heard and respected. And as everybody on the council knows, this is not my cup of tea, LUZ, and that's another good reason that Cevin was there. Thank you for your hard work and dedication. Councilmember Carrico.
No one will give a speech, do you?
The Melody Star Ann Bishop Award. In 2009, outgoing President Ronnie Fussell established the Melody Star Ann Bishop Award for unsung community service by a citizen or organization. The first award was presented retrospectively to the award's namesake, Melody Star Ann Bishop, the daughter of former City Council member Bill Bishop, who represented District 2, and his wife, Melody Bishop. Melody Star Ann Bishop, who died in March of 2009 at age 21 from ALS, was well known for her devotion to her community, her church, and to numerous causes, large and small, which she pursued with passion and enthusiasm until her untimely death. This award is given annually to recognize the countless acts of civic involvement and neighborly assistance that take place around the city every day that contribute to the city's quality of life. As president of the Jacksonville City Council, I'm honored to bestow this award to an organization that has worked tirelessly with me to create groundbreaking initiatives aimed at providing vital support and resources to those in need. The recognition that is already being received by this organization on a national scale is unprecedented. Through a collaborative effort with our local government, the Jacksonville Sheriff's Office, State Attorney, Public Defender, courts, and the Sulzbacher Center, the Mental Health Offender Program offers accessible and compassionate care to those who need it most. Diverting nonviolent misdemeanor defendants away from the criminal justice system and into the community-based treatment and recovery services allows us an alternative to conventional criminal justice processing and incarceration. This program is not only saving lives, but also saves money. Thank you for your support and dedication to this important mission for our community, the Mental Health Offender Program. Dave, would you like to introduce them
Yes,
very
sir.
quickly?
Yes, sir. Just a,
I don't know about all of them. Wow.
I'll do a quick introduction of our Mhot Champions. The first one is our Chief Judge, Lance Day, Judge Mark Mahan, Judge Brooke Brady, Assistant State Attorney Stephen Siegel, filling in for Miss Melissa Nelson, our State Attorney, Public Defender Charlie Kofer, Sheriff T.K. Waters, filling in for him today is Director Kevin Goff and Chief Paul Restivo, CEO of the Schulzbacher Center, Cindy Funkhauser, and just really quickly, our Mhot team, Eve Janako, the trial court administrator, Tricia Rover, the assistant public defender, Coral Messina, the assistant state attorney, Dr. Colleen Bell, and Lauren Pinkleton from LSF. She is here for Dr. Christine Caldwell and the rest of our Mhot team.
Thank you. Thank you.
Can I add one more thing?
Sure.
And I do apologize, but I did leave out one of our biggest champions, and that's obviously Council President Ronald Salem.
Mr. President, could you ask them to stay a few minutes before, I'm sure they'll want to leave in a minute, but ask them to sit back down for just a minute.
Okay.
Thank you.
The president-designate says stick around, so please do that. Okay, the next award is the Robert O. Johnson Good Government Award. The recipient of the Robert O. Johnson Good Government Award, the Green Room, if you don't know that's who the Green Room is named after, personifies the outstanding public service and exemplary reputation for integrity and honesty to the City Council and to the people of Jacksonville that were set as a benchmark of Robert O. Bob Johnson, as I knew him, who served as council auditor for 25 years. This award was very difficult for me. Serving as City Council President brings with it a whole host of calendar appointments, speaking engagements, meeting preparation, internal staff management, in addition to setting up special committees. Assuring City Council meetings maintain transparency and input from the people we represent are paramount to our success. It's a delicate balancing act, and it requires a staff of people behind you to delegate various tasks. This year, I made the decision to recognize 4 staff members. I have learned on this year to get the job done, and they did it seamlessly. Each of them deserves this award, and I'm forever grateful, and I was blessed to have them. That's okay. I don't need that. First, Teresa Eichner. Teresa. I did. Yeah. That's why you didn't write it for me. That's a whole nother story. Teresa has been a longtime employee with the City of Jacksonville. She was hired in 2013. In 2022, Teresa joined the City Council, filling the City Council Public Information Office position that had been vacant for 17 years. Over the last year, Teresa has written over 80 speeches, remarks, and press releases. These remarks were not easy or on non-controversial subjects, but serious subjects like police memorials, redistricting, monuments, and stadium contracts. Few of the public speaking events were calendared weeks in advance. More often than not, these requests for the president to speak came with short notice. Teresa was always available to draft remarks and speeches. Teresa's speeches reflect my voice while keeping the tone of the moment. For those reasons, Teresa has been selected for the 2024 Bob Johnson Award. Next, our Council Auditor, Philip Peterson. If you know Philip, better known as Peterson to me, you know he is always professional and has done the research and is ready to dive into any subject you want to discuss. His service to our city and to our city council is impeccable, and working alongside him has been an honor. We are truly blessed to have someone like Philip on our staff supporting us. Thank you, Philip. Third, our General Counsel, Mary Stephanopoulos. Mary, your guidance and counsel through so many topics this year has been a vital part of my success as president. Mary answered the telephone on any hour of the day, ready to tackle and provide legal guidance on our rules, ordinance code, process, or agenda. She is a wealth of knowledge, and I'm grateful we have her available to us. Mary? And lastly, but by no means least, is our Chief of Legislative Services, Mary Ann Lemore. Mary Ann has a firm understanding of all aspects of the City Council, our internal processes, and the best way to navigate through it all. And if you question that, the last 3 weeks with the stadium were all guided by Mary Ann. She is ready, willing, and well prepared, usually even before you ask. She routinely has information prepared before I even ask for it, and I can promise it's difficult to get a step ahead of Mary Ann. Mary Ann? These 4 people have been a lifesaver throughout my year as president, and the time, talent, and experience they have shared with me this year has been invaluable. Thank you for all you've done to make my year a success. Please join me in congratulating Teresa Eichner, Philip Peterson, Mary Stephanopoulos, and Mary Ann Lemore as the 2024 recipients of the Bob Johnson Award. Did I surprise you?
Yes, you did.
Mr. President,
I got one more.
okay, got something for you next.
The President's Award. This afternoon, I'm blessed to be able to give this next award to an individual whose dedication, hard work, and leadership have significantly impacted our community. The President's Award was created in 2015 by Councilmember Greg Anderson, given by the City Council President to a city employee in appreciation for the leadership, dedication, and commitment to the Jacksonville City Council and the City of Jacksonville. This award is being presented to an individual who's been a cornerstone in the development and enhancement of our city's recreational facilities. His vision and commitment have been instrumental in transforming our public spaces into vibrant, welcoming areas for all residents to enjoy. His tireless efforts have not only enhanced our parks, but have fostered a sense of community and well-being among our residents. His commitment and partnership working with me on J.P. Small Park has been incredible. This park is steeped in history, is a cherished part of our community, and was a passion project for me. His efforts have ensured that J.P. Small Park remains in place where families, athletes, and visitors can gather, celebrate, and create lasting memories. Additionally, his work on Blue Cypress Park has been nothing short of transformative. This park, with its scenic beauty and amenities, now offers a range of activities that will cater to all age groups. From the renovated golf course, addition of 3 holes, and a new clubhouse, the partnership with the JU golf team and with First Tee, its pristine trails and picnic areas, Blue Cypress exemplifies the high standards he sets for recreational spaces. His leadership has brought about significant improvements in the quality of life of our city. I'm immensely grateful to present the President's Award to Darrell Joseph. Thank you. All that you did. Okay. Glad you could get here. I know we lied to you, but I'm not sure. Oh, yeah, sure. I'm good. We had told Darrell we were having a pool presentation tonight in order to get him here. Thank you for indulging me, council members, and I'll turn it over to President-designate White.
Yes, if you'll stay where you are and turn around and have Nikki join you, please. Nikki? We've got a little token of appreciation to you and Nikki. If you'll hand the big bag to President Cevin for 6 more days. That's from your colleagues here, and Nikki, that's from the other ECAs. Congratulations. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. The other thing the President has allowed me to do is take a few minutes, and I want to thank everybody that was involved last week with the celebration or the installation. It was very touching. Few people, I want to thank the staff for everything they did, and there's some folks in the back I'd like to stand up from the Southern group that actually raised the money for this event. And Molly, stand up, Molly, please. This is a lady that I'm going to try to start a tradition here, and the President's allowing me to do this, and I'll do it on the last day at my last meeting. Going into the 4th of July weekend, I think we should celebrate our fire, our police, and our military, and we're going to show that film one more time, and Molly's the one that put it together. If y'all would please roll that, I would appreciate it. Thank you.
If tomorrow all the things were gone I'd worked for all my life, and I had to start again with just my children and my wife. I thank my lucky stars to be living here today, 'cause the flag still stands for freedom, and they can't take that away. Today, 'cause there ain't no doubt I love this land. God bless the USA. From the lakes of Minnesota to the hills of Tennessee,
Molly, please stand up one more time with the Southern group. Thank you. Great job. And I'm going to start calling many names, but I'd like Chief Powers to stand up, and Chef Warder's not here. Thank y'all for what you did. But everybody involved in JFRD or JSO or the military and some folks on this dais, please stand up and let us recognize you, please. In the audience. Thank you, Mr. President. Show's yours now. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Roll call.
Seventeen present.
Thank you.
Good evening, Mr. President. I'd like to add my welcome to you all. We're now ready for approval of the June 11th, 2024 meeting minutes. I move approval of the meeting minutes.
I have a motion and a second on the minutes. All those in favor of approving the minutes, please indicate by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed, please say nay. Minutes pass.
Mr. President, we have a few communications from the mayor and other entities. Would you like these read or filed with legislative services?
Please file them with legislative services.
Thank you. Mr. President, we have one presentation scheduled for tonight. Madam Secretary, please read the resolution.
Swisher, a family-owned company established in 1861, relocated its corporate and manufacturing headquarters from Newark, Ohio, to Jacksonville, Springfield neighborhood in 1924, creating what would become the world's largest cigar manufacturing facility under one roof by 1941. Over the past century, Swisher is credited with transforming the cigar industry with innovative manufacturing techniques, including the introduction of fresh-work cigar rolling machines in 1924 and the first individually cellophane-wrapped cigars. Swisher was the first company in the nation to establish an industrial children's nursery in 1939, providing full-service childcare for its employees. The company's more than 6,000 employees across the Swisher's global footprint that includes the United States, the Dominican Republic, and Nicaragua embody the company's core values of staying curious, workplace inclusion, embracing risks, excellent always, and being team-focused in all that they do. Swisher's commitment to innovation with respect to proprietary manufacturing techniques, product quality, and customer satisfaction has established the company as a leader in its industry. Swisher's Sweet Cigar, first introduced in 1958, remains the #1 selling cigar by volume in the world. And Drew Estate, which produced the Acid brand of handcrafted infused premium cigars, which Swisher acquired in 2014. Swisher remains a privately held, family-owned company operated by multi-generations of current ownership family, which acquired the company from the Swisher family in 1966. The company's leadership and employees continue to advance the company's century-plus legacy of philanthropic and civic engagement, which started with the Swisher family and continues today with current ownership, through strategic partnerships, programs supporting our nation's heroes, and families and community vitality. The City Council hereby honors and commends Swisher for its 100 years in Jacksonville and 162 years in business, and for its service and commitment to the Jacksonville community. The Council extends best wishes to the company and its ownership, management, and employees for the very best of continued success in the years ahead.
Thank you, Mr. President, for this opportunity to honor Swisher for its 100 years here in Jacksonville. I'm joined today by Whit Brighton, Marissa Brighton, and David Cotton from Swisher. Marissa has joined me here. I'm just going to say a few more things, even though Peggy has hit all the main points, but I just wanted to point out a couple of things before I turn it over to Marissa. I think it's important that we recognize and emphasize that Swisher has remained a family-owned company throughout its entirety, with generational employees, second and third generation employees. They had an event last week for lunch to celebrate those 100 years here in Jacksonville, and I met a couple people who had served with the company over 50 years. In fact, one 57 years, and she's still going strong and proud of that service in Swisher. So I just wanted to point that out also, and I also wanted to talk about what they do for the greater Jacksonville community. They're all in, and every time someone mentions an opportunity to support some effort or some cause in Jacksonville, they step right up and jump right in. For example, the Emerald Trail, the S-Line, they've committed well over $500,000, and their employees have gone out there and cleaned up that area and helped to do their part to revitalize that part of our city. And so that's just one example, but they continue to go out throughout the entire city, doing different things to help our city get to a much better place. And so I will wrap this up and turn it over to Marissa by saying that we are proud to have Swisher as a family-owned company here in Jacksonville, and we thank you for your 100 years, and we wish all the best for your next century. And now, Marissa, if you'd like to say a few words, please.
Good afternoon. I'm Marissa Brighton, Senior Director of Strategic Engagement and Community Impact at Swisher. My address is on file. Through the President, I want to thank you all for the recognition this afternoon. Swisher has been part of our community since 1924. It's an honor to celebrate 100 years in Jacksonville, a significant milestone. Swisher's story is part of the larger tapestry of the Springfield and Phoenix neighborhoods. We're excited to see the continued resurgence of the area. We will continue to support our neighbors any way we can. That story has also been about giving back. This year was no different. In 2024, we challenged Swisher employees to complete 100 individual acts of service. They did that and more. That includes a corporate blood drive, a cleanup of the Emerald Trail, and many other service projects across Jacksonville. Those employees are why we remain an industry leader and a strong corporate citizen in Jacksonville. In many cases, their grandparents and parents worked at Swisher, a legacy they continue today. We have several employees who have dedicated more than 30, 40, and even 50 years to our company. This celebration is about them as much as it is about Jacksonville. On behalf of Swisher, thank you, Councilman Miller, for sponsoring this legislation, and to all who co-sponsored and voted in the affirmative. Thank you and have a good afternoon.
Thank you. Council members, will be moving to page 3 now of quasi-judicial ordinances, and here comes the floor leader.
Item number 1, 2024-353, move the amendment.
I have a motion and a second on the amendment. I've lost my screen. Is there anybody in the queue? I got it. No one in the queue. All those in favor of the amendment, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, please say nay. Amendment passes.
Move the bill as amended.
I have a motion and a second on the bill as amended. Please open the ballot, record the vote. Thank you.
17 yeas, 0 nays.
By your vote, you've approved 2024-353. Mr. Floyd, if I can just stop there just for a second. There are a number of council members, ex-council members that are in the audience. I think Councilmember Carlucci is going to recognize later in the meeting, but I understand Congresswoman Corrine Brown is in the audience. Congresswoman Brown, could you stand up for a second? Thank you for being here. Floor leader.
Before the second item, I did want to remind all the council members that you should declare all ex parte communications as the bills are introduced. I'll remind the public that these items do not include public hearings, as these matters were thoroughly reviewed at the committee level, where public hearings were part of the process. Item number 2, 2024-354, move the bill.
I have a motion and a second on the bill. Please open the ballot, record the vote.
Eighteen yeas, 0 nays.
By your vote, you've approved 2024-354.
Item number 3, 2024-355, move the bill.
I have a motion and a second on the bill. Please open the ballot, record the vote.
Eighteen yeas, 0 nays.
By your vote, you've approved 2024-355.
Item 4, 2024-356, move the amendment.
I have a motion and a second on the amendment. All those in favor of the amendment, please indicate by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed, please say nay. Amendment passes.
Move the bill as amended.
I have a motion and a second on the bill as amended. Mr. Paluso.
Thank you, Mr. President. I stand up to declare ex parte in favor of exchange email communications with a Miss Vanessa Ues regarding the application of her property and restaurant and email on February 12th and over the phone last week. She shared the process. The revision added that the Springfield Preservation and Revitalization Organization is in support. Thank you.
No one in the queue. Please open the ballot, record the vote.
Eighteen yeas, 0 nays.
By your vote, you've approved 2024-356.
Item 5, 2024-357, move the amendment.
I have a motion and a second on the amendment. All those in favor of the amendment, please indicate by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed, please say nay. Amendment passes.
Move the bill as amended.
I have a motion and a second on the bill as amended. Sure. I'm sorry? Oh, Councilmember Boylan.
Thank you, Mr. President. I just stand to declare ex parte. I notice it's not noted on the agenda, but I met with Mr. McKinley, representatives from the Regency Center, and representatives of Cooper's Hawk some weeks ago with respect to their interest in acquiring this license. We will file it with Legislative Services. Thank you.
Thank you. Did we vote on the amendment? Okay. Did we move when we moved the bill? Okay, there's no one in the queue. Please open the ballot, record the vote.
Eighteen yeas, 0 nays.
By your vote, you've approved 2024-357.
Item 6, 2024-358, move the amendment.
I have a motion and a second on the amendment. All those in favor of the amendment, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, please say nay. Amendment passes.
Move the bill as amended.
I have a motion and a second on the bill as amended. Mr. Paluso.
Thank you, Mr. President. I stand to declare ex parte in favor. I spoke with Mr. Jerry Brown and toured the building with my staff on January 26, 2024. Mr. Brown shared a desire to have a bistro. He confirmed he had secured letters of support from direct neighbors for the project. Thank you, sir.
There's no one else in the queue. Please open the ballot, record the vote.
Eighteen yeas, 0 nays.
By your vote, you've approved 2024-358.
Item 7, 2024-359, move the bill.
I have a motion and a second on the bill. Please open the ballot, record the vote.
Eighteen yeas, 0 nays.
By your vote, you've approved 2024-359.
Item 8, 2024-361, move the bill.
I have a motion and a second on the bill. Please open the ballot, record the vote.
18 yeas, 0 nays.
By your vote, you've approved 2024-361.
Mr. President, we are now ready for the consent agenda on page 6. I want to remind my colleagues, if you want to be added to any of these items as a co-sponsor, please let the Chief of Legislative Services know by email. Madam Secretary, please read the bills.
2024-222, 422, 423, 427, 433, 435, 440, 441, 443, 444, 445, 446, 447, 451, 472, and 474.
Move the approval of the consent agenda.
I have a motion and a second on the consent agenda. Please open the ballot, record the vote.
18 yeas, 0 nays.
By your vote, you've approved the consent agenda. Let me recognize the Rules Chair, Councilmember Freeman. She has it.
Gotcha. Thank you, Mr. President. I also want to speak on one of the bills from consent agenda. I'm sorry, I pushed the button and then it took me off. But I wanted just to follow up on the conversations that I had on item number 9, 2024-0222, which was the Belvedere Terminal. I did meet with Mr. Swartz. We had a great meeting. My concern was jobs, as the money was coming out of the Northwest Jacks Economic Development Trust Fund, and the workforce that it would be providing, where's the community they're drawing it from. He did share with me something that I thought was very valuable, is the fact of, for them, it's going more than just jobs that they can have right now. It's about diving deeper into the community, and even into our younger ages, and bringing awareness and wanting to be a community partner with us. So I appreciated that time that they took to have coffee early in the morning with me to educate me on that part, which got me comfortable with this bill. But I wanted to share that with the rest of you all as well that are in that workforce space. They're a group that you can lean on as a partner when we move forward. Thank you. We will go to the rules, and Madam Secretary.
The following individuals were appointed to commissions or to city employment. True Commission, Wen Rati. Jacksonville Housing Authority, Kalina Shirley. Historic Preservation Commission, Becky Morgan. Sports and Entertainment Officer, Alec Alston. Director of Technology Solutions, Wyoni Kendrick. Administrative Services Chief, Michael Lisnicki.
Thank you. If you're here, can you please stand? If we can give them a round of applause. Thank you for putting yourselves forward.
Councilmember White?
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mr. President. Just so you won't get your feelings hurt, it's Mike Lesniak. What'd you call him? Lazinski? Lesniak. Thank you, Chief.
Mr. President, we are now ready for comments from the public. The council shall reserve up to 1.5 hours of time for the public comment period. The deadline for filling out and submitting a speaker's card for public comment is 60 minutes after the published start time of the council meeting. When there are multiple speakers, the time allocated per person shall be divided to allow as many speakers as possible a turn to speak. Each person addressing the council shall proceed to the place assigned for speaking, give his or her name and address in an audible tone of voice for the record. Ladies and gentlemen, you will be allowed 2 minutes to speak, and your time will be displayed on the clock at the podium. Council rules prohibit audience members from disorderly behavior. We ask that your communications be respectful to council members, our staff, guests, and other members in our audience. Council members should not be addressed individually, as our council rules require that comments be directed to the body as a whole. Members of the audience should refrain from demonstrations during our meeting. That includes demonstrations of approval or disapproval, such as applause, signs, or displays that cause a disruption of the meeting. Council members are reminded that this is our time to hear from the public and that this is not a time for questions and answers or debate. However, a member of the public may be invited to the green room for further discussions. A council member, subject to the approval of the council president, may extend this invitation. Madam Secretary, please note the start time is 3:51. Our first speakers are Kathleen Pereira, Franklin Perez, William Vaughn, Joseph Testy, and Elizabeth Kelly. If the other individuals besides Ms. Pereira would come forward to the front seats, that will help things move smoothly. Ms. Pereira, please.
My name is Kathleen Pereira. My information is on file, and we all need to pray more. So we also need to pray for all the innocents killed and threatened in Israel by Hamas. We also need to pray for those murdered every day by abortion, the #1 cause of death in Florida. Lord God, grant us wisdom to know that abortion is an intrinsic evil which gravely offends you and merits eternal consequences for us. Fortitude to never procure abortion, assist someone in procuring an abortion, or promote abortion in any way. Lord God, grant all Florida citizens to resolve to vote no on Amendment number 4 this November, the pro-abortion amendment to limit government interference with abortion. Lord God, grant Florida Supreme Court justices, governors, and lawmakers a firm commitment to use their authority to recognize and support the sanctity of unborn life and the rights of unborn children, including the right to life. Lord God, we know that you can do all things. We earnestly ask you to impel all Floridians, as I do myself, to vote no on Amendment number 4. It is not what it seems, and it's way too extreme. Amen.
Mr. Perez.
My name is Franklin Perez. I live in Seminole and Hillsborough counties. Rescind all pro-Israel resolutions you have made in the past. Enough. Israel is a Jewish supremacist apartheid state that has been committing ethnic cleansing and human rights abuses against Palestinians for 76 plus years, as per reputable human rights organizations like B'Tselem, Human Rights Watch, and Amnesty International. And now you can add genocide, as Israel is on trial at The Hague for genocide against Palestinians. Stop supporting Israel. Stop giving it money. Stop giving it weapons. And condemn it for what it is, an apartheid and genocidal state. The Israeli apartheid regime's Prime Minister, Benjamin Netanyahu, has invoked genocidal language against Palestinians in the Gaza concentration camp by referring to an ancient biblical passage in the Old Testament comparing Palestinians to Amalekites that must all be put to death. Men, women, children, babies. The Israeli, at this point, due to scattered Zionist-only occupier settlements in the West Bank, the only fair solution to the Israel-Palestine conflict is a one-state solution where everyone, Jew and Palestinian, has equal rights in a free Palestine from the Jordan River to the Mediterranean Sea. All U.S. government entities should be pressuring the Israeli apartheid regime to move towards such a free Palestine. That includes the dismantling of the Gaza concentration camp. The refrain that Israel has the right to self-defense is a red herring. The real question is, does Israel have the right to use force to maintain an illegal occupation and apartheid state that commits ethnic cleansing, genocide, and human rights abuses against Palestinians? The clear answer is no. Israel has no right of self-defense when it is the oppressor and occupier. I request that you introduce a resolution to stand with Palestinians in demanding an end to the siege of Gaza, a permanent ceasefire, and an end to all U.S. aid to Israel, military, economic, political. Already 100 plus U.S. Localities have passed ceasefire resolutions. Ceasefire now, ceasefire now. Thank you.
Next is Mr. Vaughn, William Vaughn.
Good afternoon. What I have to say today is simply food for thought, as I know no action will be taken today. I realize that I do live in St. Johns County, but I also am in the greater Jacksonville area, and I support all city efforts that you do to serve all the citizens. I shop and eat in Duval County, so I'm part of you in this way, and I support your efforts. One of the main reasons regarding your upcoming vote to approve a variance in the zoning rule is the fact that there is no need for this cell phone tower, as there is another 170-foot tower only 1.2 miles away from this exact spot. There are thousands of acres in Nocatee where another cell phone tower can go. So we don't need a change in zoning regulations. Zoning rules are in place for a purpose. Please, when it comes to you for a vote, uphold the rules that are already in place, please. This area is next to a church, a major power line, a wetlands area, and our neighborhood of Kelly Point in Nocatee. At least 9 homes on my street alone of Princess Drive are within 300 feet of the proposed tower. So is the church. It's large. It has a major school for young children. It's simply a matter of making a ruling in favor of the existing rules and regulations that are already in place for very valid reasons. Thank you.
Would you state your name and address for the record, please, sir?
I'm sorry.
Your name and address for the record, please?
I'm William Vaughn, 113 Princess Drive in Ponte Vedra, St. Johns County.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Mr. Testi?
Joseph Testi, 1115 Edgewood Avenue South, District 7. Remember those in prison as though in prison with them, and those who suffer, because you are involved in mankind. I have well, for those of you who have followed Tim Tebow on social media, you know just about the only thing he talks about now is eradicating human trafficking. I have a request for proposal. I'd like to see $1 trillion raised. I think that'd be a good start. Something like a new Marshall Plan. I would call upon the now obviously Jacksonville can't do this alone. It's a worldwide problem. I would call upon the NFL, the NBA, Major League Baseball, NHL, Tennis Association, the International Olympic Committee, and my favorite, the YMCA. And I think $1 trillion would be a good start. The reason why I'm focusing on sports is because there's a demonstrable correlation between sex trafficking. I've spoken before about these illicit massage parlors, not to be confused with legitimate massage studios. That's a reputable business, but illicit. They used, if you remember, 10 or 15 years ago, these illicit massage parlors used to be advertised in the Florida Times-Union in the sports section. And they disappeared. And there seems to be a demonstrable correlation between sports and these illicit massage parlors. It's a tragic pandemic. After aging out, these girls disappear and they become the wretched refuse of our huddled masses. They are the saddest, most broken-hearted demographic in the United States and the world. Baruch Hashem Adonai.
Would the following individuals please come forward to the front seats? Robin Lemons, Lauren Woods, Dutchie Stevens, T. Lonnie Johnson, and Joseph George. And our next speaker is Elizabeth Kelly. Ms. Kelly? Okay, we'll move forward to Robin Lemons as our next.
Seated. I filled out the wrong card.
Okay. So, Robin Lemons? Oh, you're staying seated?
Yes.
Okay, all right. Lauren Woods, please. Miss Woods, you're up next, please.
My name is Lorraine Cassandra Woods, capital Lorrinn, Cassandra Woods. My name is a great name. My name is a good name, is of regality. I reside at 600 North Washington Street. My father is Mars Edwards Jr., and my mother is his spouse is Henrietta Deanne. Urban planning is a critical task for the downtown area, which is known across realms as quote-unquote cathedral city. Downtown is a historic district, and our industry focus is better prepared for heritage tourism. Legitimate acts are also a care, and the government should not fail to contact and complete business with legitimate, righted, and earned persons. My care today is amendment number 24278, which states, quote unquote, The permit for commercial and multifamily residential use, including the sale and service of all alcoholic beverages, including liquor, beer, and wine, for on-premises and off-premises consumption on property less than 1,500 feet from several churches and schools without the requirement to obtain a waiver. This is a historical building. It is 851 North Market Street, and it is the Armory. And it's a Francisci Priory and has been utilized for military training historically, and it should be permitted to continue to be a cathedral with a military presence and annual mass. I am speaking out against this amendment because I do not want to see Armory Flats reach fruition, and I feel like this is a waste of a good market position for downtown, and I do not like this project, and I do not want to see the alcohol, I don't care if it is sophisticated, on that corner, coming right down from the TIA bank field, and I don't think this is a needed project, and this is not a good use of the City Council's time or the city's resources. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Stevens, next, please.
Duchess Stevens, address is on file. City Council, we have turned the illegal parking department in for illegal fraud. We are sick and tired of a relative on Richardson Road, Betty Evans, and she does it on Saturdays and Sundays. But we have the legal video. She pulls up on that city right away and be parking right next to that fire hydrant. She done already knocked the dirt ground level off the fire hydrant. That's fraud right there. We don't talk to the federal fire marshal, and we already don't have FedEx to pick up the microchips, because that is illegal parking. The city government don't illegally park on your private property, so you ain't got the right to illegally park on theirs, especially where fire hydrants are located. Our fire station is 36. And enough is enough. We haven't been getting no return calls from District 10 because a lot of this illegal parking is going on the city's right-of-way right next to the fire hydrants in District 10. And no, we're not going to let fire station number 36, constitutional and civil rights, be violated. That's not, those trucks ain't big enough to put enough water in it to put out fires, and we sure been having some wildfires lately in Jacksonville, Florida, because I got a feeling pretty soon y'all going to see some wildfires with these city right-of-way ditches, if these regional locations don't get on their job and start mowing and cutting these ditches, because that high humidity can set weeds and trees on fires too. So I'm tired of Betty Evans and them doing this illegal parking next to the fire hydrants, and oh boy, it looked like it's going to bust it after a while. And that's a lot of work that the Jacksonville Electric Authority have to do when they have to put those fire hydrants in the ground. That ain't done in no 1 or 2 days, forget it. So enough is enough. My cup done ran over. Because I'm not the Duchess. My name is Dutchie, but my motto is you can't touch the Dutch, but I can sure get you buzzed. Thank you.
Yeah, no applause, please. Thank you. Mr. Johnson? T. Lonnie Johnson? Okay. Would the following 5 individuals please come forward to the front seats? Riley Setnar, Algin Beyer, Brian Jefferson, Taylor Powell, and Curtis Cobb, please. And our next speaker is Joseph George.
All right, good evening. My name is Joseph Maceo George. I'm with the Northside Coalition, Take 'em Down Jacks, and the Brentwood 300. My address is on file. I'm here to support the Brentwood Community Association and other communities that have been negatively impacted by decisions made by our City Council, Planning Commission, Land Use and Zoning Committee. For too long, our city leaders have neglected, disrespected, and misled the residents of Brentwood. The City Council has unfairly burdened Brentwood with unwanted projects that no other communities want. When we elect City Council representatives, we expect them to serve and listen to the people in their district. Unfortunately, this hasn't been the case. Our City Council has violated our Community Bill of Rights. The city has a troubling history of imposing unwanted projects on communities without prior notice. It disregards our rights and expects the Planning Commission, Land Use and Zoning Committee to approve their violations. We demand a city council representing our interests, not just the special interests. This is not a plea. It's a firm demand. A lawsuit has been filed by the Brentwood Association, marking the beginning of our fight for city council accountability. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Setnar, please.
My name is Riley Setnar, and my address is on file. I am here once again to demand that City Council pass a ceasefire resolution. I'd like to share some recent statistics with you. Over 70% of homes in Gaza have been damaged or destroyed. Over 3/4 of its population have been internally displaced. They have nowhere to go. The death toll since October is quickly approaching 40,000, but there are thousands and thousands under the rubble. These numbers are staggering, but we don't have access to accurate figures because over 100 journalists have been killed since October, and access to information from the Strip has been completely restricted. Why do we come up here twice a month for you to say nothing? If you think this is bad, say something. I don't want to sit up here, stand up here, waste your time. You're wasting my time.
Thank you. Next is Mr. Byer.
Hello, today I'm coming here. My name and address are on, my address is on file. My name is Alvin Byer. I'm here to ask you as a city council to pass the Jacksonville Stadium Act with a community benefits, with a community benefits in it. That'll be about it for now, of course.
Thank you. Mr. Jefferson, please.
My name is Brian Jefferson. My address is on file. So first, I must say that changing the time of the meeting comes across as a move to attempt to stifle public participation, as most working class people have 9 to 5s and would not be able to attend a 3 o'clock meeting without missing work. But into my main point, the JCAC demands that the City Council pass an amendment to reinstate the community benefits agreement intact in the new stadium deal, and reject any stadium deal that does not include a CBA, which is Community Benefits Agreement for short. Because without a community benefits agreement, we will continue to see Jacksonville's most vulnerable neighborhoods continue to be disenfranchised. And if the city can continue to throw increasingly astronomical amounts of funding towards, development stadium deals and JSO, then we need to also see some funding allocated towards the community. Like a CBA would do things like invest in neighborhood infrastructure, affordable housing, homelessness support, and the list goes on. And these are things that affect people's lives immediately and bring basic quality of life benefits. And lastly, in solidarity with JPSN, I would like to demand that the council pass a ceasefire resolution and call for an end to the genocide in occupied Palestine. Thank you. I yield the rest of my time.
Thank you. Next is Taylor Powell, please.
Taylor Powell, address is on file. Many of us have been watching in abject horror these past 8 months of genocide, while many of you have been watching gleefully. I believe you enjoy seeing the Arab world in great pain. Let's be honest with ourselves here. It's not just about Palestine. Many of you see this as a war of religion. It excites you to see the Western Christian side victorious, while the predominantly Muslim Arab side is battered and bruised and torn and bloody and dead. I've seen the way you God-loving Christians froth at the mouth for war. But what about your own Christian brethren? What about those behind this little fence who are begging for you to notice their plight? You're busy funding stadiums and prisons while they beg for you to keep schools open for their children. What about Jacksonville? You won't pass a resolution for peace in Palestine. But what about the city you're supposed to represent? Look around. Walk a few blocks in any direction. The city is in shambles, and you sit there callously doing nothing at all. Can you lay your head down at night feeling like you truly did something good and virtuous, something your God would smile upon? By the looks of the current state of this city, I presume not. Cease fire now.
Thank you. Would the following 5 individuals please come forward to the front seats? Jay Dodge, Corinne Brown, Amina Sharif, Wells Todd, and Katrina Spencer. And our next speaker is Curtis Cobb, please.
Good afternoon. My name is Curtis Cobb. My address is on file, and I am speaking in opposition to previously passed Resolution 2023-0737. I would like the City Council body to critically critique its positioning on its unwavering support for Israel. This week has included first-hand accounts of detained Palestinian men being raped by dogs as Israeli soldiers facilitate the abuse and watch. With my own eyes, I have seen the detached head of a Palestinian girl cradled in a blanket, and both an amputated hand and the eviscerated flesh of a baby just this morning. There has also been forensic confirmation that 335 rounds were shot into the car of fleeing civilians, ultimately killing 5-year-old Hind Rajab. I would like the City Council body to not remain on record as offering unconditional support for Israel in what will be known as the apartheid, Jim Crow, and genocide of our time. I'd like this bold City Council to exercise its ability to critically critique its positioning in unwavering support for Israel in a new resolution. Ceasefire now. Thank you.
Next is Mr. Dodge.
J. Dodge, address on file. In recent weeks, I've seen a shocking number of babies in states I once couldn't have dreamed of. Burned, decapitated, starved to death. That's to say nothing of the older children and the adults in Gaza who are the victims of the Israeli genocidal machine. But I wanted to focus on the babies just so we could all be on the same page that y'all don't have empathy for the babies who are being brutally murdered. Can y'all look at me, please, to confirm that y'all don't have empathy for the babies that are being brutally murdered? No? Okay. Well, on October, you insulted the people of this city by passing a resolution saying that this city stands with that genocidal machine. You insulted us while at the same time materially worsening the conditions in this city. You proposed to build a $1 billion stadium that is going to ruin the cities, the neighborhoods of the city. You could pass a CBA along with that stadium to make it a benefit for this city. We demand that you reject all attempts to build the stadium that do not include a CBA. Pass the ceasefire resolution that was provided to you by Jack's PSN. Ceasefire now.
Thank you. Ms. Brown, please.
Thank you, and good evening. My name is Corrine Brown, 611 Atrium Way. My address is not on file. Let me just say that we have 19 city council persons, 5 represent me and the rest of the community. I know I have an individual one, but 5 at large. We are very unique in the United States. We are the only one with these at large. And the point is that we need to make sure that you understand that you represent more than the people. I mean, I don't know who you think you represent, but you represent all of us. And I am very concerned. I support the stadium. Everybody supports the stadium, but it's not the stadium. It is the rest of the community. I am here because of the number of calls that I've gotten. People are concerned that you are breaking up the opportunity for the community to be included. Now, I understand that you all plan on doing something in July. Ronald Reagan said, trust but verify. Let's see it in writing, what you're planning on doing. I saw only recently that the governor vetoed $2 million for nursing. That is a program. We know there are jobs in that area. That's something that we should look into. So I just want to say that I understand, and I want to see in writing the proposal, because I know, being a legislator for 35 years, I understand that what you put in writing is what counts. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Next is Ms. Sharif, please.
Congresswoman Brown, would you meet Mr. Peluso in the green room, please?
Yes.
Thank you.
Good evening. Amina Sharif, my address is on file. Okay. Do you know of anywhere in the world where a forensic lab and morgue is being built in a white neighborhood? A forensic lab that is 7 to 10 feet away from that white family's front door, where they have maybe 5 to 6 white children living in that household next door to that forensic lab. And of course, it's across the street from a white elementary school. Of course you've never heard of it, because it's happening in a black neighborhood, not a white neighborhood. And this is wrong. May 15th makes it a year that our District 10 representative of Brentwood was a part of that ribbon-cutting ceremony that started that building. And that is wrong, and it's still going on now. The other thing is the stadium. Now, the petition, the funding for the police and the police, the funding for their pension fund. The pension fund is in the stadium bill. Those are two separate situations that have to be addressed.
Thank you, ma'am. Next is Mr. Todd, please.
My name is Wells Todd, and I'm with Take 'em Down Jacks. First point, sign the ceasefire resolution. There are more than 40,000 people dead in Gaza. The reason we can't get an accurate count is because the children, women, and men have been blown to bits, and you have to be able to identify a body in order to count it as deceased. Second point, the City Council needs to reinstate the intact community benefits agreement into the overall stadium deal. Point 3, the Brentwood area is a red line area, and it is still suffering from the Jim Crow practice of redlining. We will find out whether or not Jacksonville has a Bill of Rights for the community, and we'll find that out in court. Thank you.
Mr. Todd, your address, please?
It's on file.
Thank you, sir. Will the following 5 individuals please come forward to the front seats? Michael Sampson II, Maria Garcia, Moss Edwards, Gayandrio Henderson Ivy, Ariane Randolph, and our next speaker is Katrina Spencer, please.
I am Katrina Spencer. My address is on file. I'm here representing the resident of the 300s Brentwood. We do not need a morgue with 300 dead people that we will be seeing coming up and down the road. And another thing, the trucks be parked on North Davis and Castlewood. You cannot get out of your neighborhood for those big trucks lined up on the side of the street. They need someone out there directing the traffic so you can see around the truck, because I'm afraid it's going to be an accident, and I'm afraid that the kids that plays on that street with the basketball court, they cannot see that traffic coming with all those large trucks. And with that fence around it with the black tarp, you cannot see around that corner. The trucks are steady knocking down the stop sign. I have called 6 times for that stop sign to be put back up. And they do come within 2 hours to put the stop sign back up. But that stop sign shouldn't be hit by those trucks. We needed a street survey. And if they came out to survey, they would notice that street is too narrow to have all that traffic. And a morgue should never be next to a school and right there in a resident area. There's nowhere else you will see a morgue being built in a resident area. And the next thing is on Sutel and Norfolk, they have that Morris Manor senior citizen home. The bus bench have been taken down where they normally sit. They need to replace them. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Next is Mr. Sampson, please.
Greetings, City Council. That's good?
Yeah, sorry about that. Please.
Thank you. My name is Michael Sampson. My address is on file. Speaking on behalf of the Jacksonville Community Action Committee, rise to speak in disappointment of an amendment that was passed last week to the stadium deal that carved out the community benefits agreement from the stadium deal. For years, groups like the JCAC and others, and many from our communities have come here and spoke about a real lack of investment from city leadership in our communities in fulfilling previous promises, and we've often been told there isn't enough money to do this, there's no dedicated funding source. However, when it comes to providing over $600 million in taxpayer dollars to a renovated stadium and a potential $1 billion price tag on the new Duval County Jail, the city does have those resources. Polling has showed support for the stadium deal is directly correlated with the CBA negotiated by the administration and the Jacksonville Jaguars. It is clear when it comes to our communities, like out east and the north side, we are the first to be told we can worry about that later, particularly when opposition comes from those from affluent areas of town whose own infrastructure was funded by the tax base generated from the urban core during consolidation. We implore this council to amend the stadium deal to reinstate this much-needed funding and not place our communities on the back burner. Moving into budget deliberations, we want this council to guarantee that these funds go to the communities that deserve to have them. And in addition, I would like to show support for all those calling for a free Palestine, demanding a ceasefire now from this council. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Garcia, please.
Hello, my name is Maria Garcia. I'm with the Jacksonville Community Action Committee. I'm a resident of the Brentwood neighborhood. My address is on file. I would actually like to congratulate the City Council. You guys are doing an amazing job at keeping up with the legacies of redlining, of racism, of disenfranchising communities of color. I'm sure a lot of the racists and segregationists that are along that back wall are looking up at y'all with pride, because of the way that y'all continue to treat the sides of town that have a different population than what a lot of y'all look like. And some of y'all, it's y'all's brothers and sisters and neighbors and cousins, they do look like y'all, and y'all still don't care, which is an even bigger shame. The fact that the support for the stadium deal was predicated on the community benefits agreement funding the east side neighborhood, the areas around the stadium, and y'all made an amendment to remove that funding and make it so that it has to be voted as part of the regular budget is so outrageously disappointing, but not surprising, because y'all just hate to see people that don't look like you, that don't have the same experience as you, get any type of recognition of help for their neighborhoods. This is really outrageous. I come to y'all asking that y'all amend this budget to put the CBA back where it was, and if not, then we need to have that funding that was supposed to be set aside from the stadium deal put into the east side community, the Brentwood community regardless, because that is the least that we deserve out of this. You guys screwed us over with the last stadium deal, and I dare y'all to come and look at my neighbors and say that they don't deserve this funding. Thank you.
Thank you, Moss Edwards. Next, please.
Hello, my name is Moss Edwards, and my address is on file. Many of us who came out here today took off work just to tell you how repulsed we were about this new stadium and the withdrawal of the community benefits agreement. The fact that y'all want to invest $625 million into a stadium and yet don't want to provide for the surrounding community is shameful. It seems y'all will do anything but listen to your community who is up here pleading for a ceasefire deal and community support. People in Jax don't need a new stadium or a new $1 billion prison or $33 million more towards policing. We want our communities to thrive and our neighbors to no longer be living on the street. We need to see the children in Palestine no longer starving to death and dying under rubble. We need you as our community members to care about us as much as you care about catering to investors and the rich and powerful. We demand the community benefits agreement, and we demand a ceasefire bill. If we are going to be spending millions on this new stadium, we need to at least be giving back to the people who live there. The only reason many of us agreed to the stadium in the first place was due to the community benefits agreement being in the bill. And frankly, it's suspicious that y'all decide to amend it now and pull away from that agreement. Community benefits agreement or no deal.
Thank you. Ms. Henderson, please.
Hello, my name is Keandrell Henderson. My address is 1410 Florida Avenue, 32206. I'm here representing the East Side neighborhood. First off, I want to start off by saying thank you for listening to and hearing our stories, passions, and truths on the 17th of June. Although there were many questions and concerns on both the East Side neighborhood and the piece of legislation, I saw your hearts and minds desiring to know more. Although the outcome will not turn out the way we'd hoped this first time around, we understand there is more that needs to be clarified before we completely move forward. So as we move forward, we know that we have the answers to your questions. The East Side neighborhood knows exactly what we need and what we want. We look forward to the reintroduction of this piece of legislation on the 17th of July. In the meantime, I ask that you all please continue to interact with us and our leaders to lead to better understanding for our community. We welcome you to the neighborhood, and we're open for further discussions and tours. This is not the last you will hear from us. We will continue to show up and speak up for the East Side neighborhood. Together, we will create better relationships and narratives as we move forward this new piece of legislation. Thank you.
Thank you. Will the following 5 individuals please come forward to the front seats? Lydia Bell, Tabitha Byers, Monica Gold, Emily Malo, and Jessica Machen. And our next speaker is Ms. Randolph, please.
Greetings, council, and everyone here. My name is Ariane Randolph, 620 Odessa Street, Jacksonville, Florida.
promises. We demand that they follow through their promises. We demand for City Council to
Ashley Chapman, my address is on file. I'm here to show support for the Community Benefits Agreement, infrastructure in the communities that need it, workforce development, affordable housing, public parks and rec. These are the things that make strong communities, and the promise of these things are the reasons that the stadium deal received the amount of support that it did. To remove it is to say that we are comfortable misleading our community members and we do not value their advancement. A community's humanity can be judged by how they treat their most marginalized. A community's strength can be measured by how they treat their most vulnerable. At this moment, Jacksonville is weak and failing. To do the bare minimum to show that we value the marginalized in our city, we must reinstate the Community Benefits Agreement, and we must pass a ceasefire resolution in solidarity with our large Palestinian population, which is a community that has faced an alarming increase of hate crimes and discrimination across the country. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Zakaria, please.
Dina Zakaria, address on file. Time and time again, I've been witnessing this council prioritize anything but the city and its people. Removing community benefits from the stadium deal sends exactly what message? Is renovating a stadium more important than caring for community spaces? A stadium is more important than investing in crucial infrastructure? When so many communities in Jacksonville are in need of support, they're told that there's no money in the budget, but of course the beautification of a stadium takes priority. If we can't even count on City Council to care about its constituents, it's no surprise that there is the same fatal apathy when the Council ignores a ceasefire resolution time and time again. The UN ceasefire resolution was passed exactly 3 months ago today. Many US cities have also passed ceasefire resolutions. This country provides 70% of Israel's weapons. You are complicit in carrying out the mass execution and genocide of innocent men, women, and children. Why is Jacksonville behind the times? It's due to this Council. You are all responsible. If you have no humanity, stay silent. If you are a coward, stay silent. I yield the rest of my time.
Thank you. Would the following 5 individuals please come forward to the front seats? Samuel Hunter. This one just says Shorf. Monica Martinez. Sarah Mahmood. And Ryan Delaney, and our next speaker is Ms. Nieves.
Hello, my name is Mariana Nieves, address on file. I'm here today to let all the City Council members know that there is no stadium deal without a community benefits agreement. The people refuse to not be included in deals within their own community where they continue to see money being but nothing coming out. I know you guys don't care about the brown community that are right here, which is really easy to tell, but I'm also here because I am worried about every single council member's morality. As we continue to witness televised war crimes and the illusion of democracy in this chamber right now, I am worried that soon this council will not be able to preserve their innocence in accomplishing a terrorist state and allowing corporations to take money out of the brown communities here. It is not too late to respond to the ceasefire resolution that has been in your email resting there for months. It's not too late to be on the right side of history. It's not too late to represent the people who are telling you that they do not support their taxpayer dollars going overseas to kill brown people. We don't support that. It's not too late for you to finally respect our wishes and to have a conversation with the community as to what they want to happen with their money. And it is not too late to stop the genocide going on in Gaza. I yield the rest of my time.
Thank you. Next is Mr. Hunter, please.
Samuel Hunter, address on file. I'm here to speak in support of Palestine and also here to express my frustration with the CBA. Your jobs as city council members is to serve as part-time legislators that have the power to enact legislation in order to provide for the needs of our community. That is not my own interpretation of the seats that you hold. That is the exact definition on jacksonville.gov under the Transparency and Accountability tab. And I believe that this website should resemble Wikipedia and let the people have free range to edit it, because you don't get to define what transparency and accountability looks like. We do. This $1 billion investment into the Jags' new stadium will be the largest infrastructure investment in Jack's history. But what will also go down in the history books, if not corrected, is how 5 performative community huddles were held to manipulate a cautious community into co-signing this deal under false pretenses that a $300 million CBA would be in place to help them. But the city council amended that deal so that this would no longer be the case. This is on top of publicly being in support of genocide, and as of late, Israel has hidden in humanitarian aid trucks and slaughtered hundreds of people, bombed tent camps full of innocent civilians in the middle of the night, decapitating babies, and it's all on video. This is not like some type of like conspiracy. You can go on Instagram and watch it with your own 2 eyes, and you support it. You support it through your actions, through your silence, and through your dog whistle tweets. You are not the good guys, and history will know your names for generations to come for all of the wrong reasons. I yield the rest of my time.
The next person is Shorf. Shorf? That's all I have on the name. Sorry about that.
My name is Sharif. My address is on file.
Okay.
A few days ago, a Palestinian man, he was paraded around on an Israeli military vehicle in the West Bank, not in Gaza. He was like in the sun while he was being harassed on a military vehicle like a piece of meat, like not even a human being while he's being dehumanized. There's no Hamas in the West Bank, there's no resistance. It's just like a brutal occupation. This is the man, for all of you to see, on a military vehicle, just being driven around like nothing. It's clear all of you guys would support Jim Crow as you do now, and you'd probably support Hitler's genocide of the Jews as well. You'd probably support also the genocide of Native Americans in this country. It's clear you don't really have much compassion in your heart. If you would pass a ceasefire deal. That's all I have to say. Ceasefire now.
Thank you. Ms. Martinez, please.
Hi, my name is Monica Martinez. My address is on file. I'm here along with Jacksonville Community Action Committee to express my concerns about the community benefits agreement being taken out of the stadium deal. It's honestly a shame, and each and every one of you should feel some type of shame, some type of embarrassment that the community benefits agreement was used as a tool to gain support for the stadium deal, but is now being pushed off. It's also disappointing to see that City Council is not adhering to the people's demand of a ceasefire and an active genocide in Palestine. Actions like these undermine the public's trust and shows a lack of transparency to our community. These actions that each and every one of you make suggest a lack of commitment to the promises that you've made to the people, particularly the people from the east side and even the north side communities. We urge you to reconsider and amend the stadium deal to its original intent. If not, we urge that these funds are put into these communities through the city's overall budget. If there's no CBA, there should be no deal, and ceasefire now for Palestine. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Mahmood, please.
My name is Sara Mahmood and my address is on file. I don't have anything new really to say outside of shame on every single city council person who continues to ignore the people of Jacksonville, while countless constituents time and time again have voiced their concerns from issues ranging from the removal of the community benefits agreement to a ceasefire resolution. You either blatantly ignore us by leaving from your seats, or you act like you're listening to us without really hearing us. To quote Fannie Lou Hamer, as we mark the 60th anniversary of the Freedom Summer, We are sick and tired of being sick and tired. The people of Jacksonville are sick and tired of being sick and tired, whether it's the lack of investment in historically Black neighborhoods or the straight-up robbing of money meant for these communities, as you're doing by removing the CBA from the stadium deal. The city continues to show its true colors when ignoring our Brentwood neighbors and their advocacy against a morgue across the street from their driveways and schools, or failing to do anything for real housing solutions in Jacksonville while we lead the state in evictions, or ignoring the demands for a ceasefire resolution immediately for Gaza. Over 20,000 Palestinian children have been buried, trapped under the rubble, detained, or are lost since October 2023. Over 20,000 Palestinian children have been buried, trapped under rubble, detained, or lost since October 2023. 20,000 children, in case you didn't hear me. To quote James Baldwin, "The children are always ours, every single one of them, all over the globe," and I am beginning to suspect that whoever is incapable of recognizing this may be incapable of morality. That's where you all are at. Let's be very clear. Listen to your constituents. No stadium deal without the CBA, and pass a ceasefire resolution now.
Would Michelle Brown please come forward to the front seats? And our next speaker is Ryan Delaney, please.
Ryan Delaney, address on file. I wanted to quickly read a headline from the news for you guys. Israeli Defense Force to appeal against human shield ban after Supreme Court rules the practice violates international law. This is from an article published 20 years ago by the BBC in 2004. The IDF is still using Palestinian human shields. Sharif just showed you an example from last week. I come up here every week listing a new war crime, and y'all just don't care what I have to say or what anybody else in the public seems to have to say. So I don't know why you have these meetings. You didn't care what the public had to say about the CBA staying in the Jags bill either. Out East packed this place last week. 99% of the speakers were totally unified in demands, and y'all ignored them anyway. You need to pass an amendment to reintroduce the separated CBA in full. The oppressed communities in the city deserve their fair share of public resources. And speaking of listening, we were lucky enough to get 2 minutes instead of 90 seconds this week. I know you guys didn't appreciate it when I tried to speak for 2 minutes last week, but 90 seconds isn't enough time. If it isn't enough time for me with notes and experience speaking, I'm a pretty fast talker, it's not enough time for the elderly and disabled, it's not enough time for nervous first-timers to counsel. If more people are coming to public comment, you should extend the time of the meeting. You should stop punishing the public for being engaged. You need to reintroduce the CBA, and you need to pass a ceasefire now. I yield the rest of my time.
Thank you. Would Mr. Nooney please come forward?
You just called me out of the blue? Did I? Was I? Okay.
You were already forward, so I didn't call you forward. Thank you.
Well, all right. I am John Philanthropic Resiliency Nooney, 8356 Bascom Road, Jacksonville, Florida, 32216, and City Council District 4. Okay, what I want to do is, this was the June 11th City Council agenda. Just want to get on waterways. Next day was the waterways meeting, and we had 3 pieces of legislation. 2024-0476, contact Mary Stefopoulos, OGC. Next one was 2024-0395, contact Ed Lukakovic, Planning. Next one was 2024-0421, contact Anna Brochet, Finance and Administration. And so those are 3 pieces of waterway legislation. I'm just down to a minute. So, tonight, you're going to see it's agenda item 90 on page 39, public access to our waterways. And, what happened to our fine dollars? Okay, I'm just down to 40 seconds. This morning I went to the JEA board meeting, also, let me just get back to the waterways meeting. Agenda item number 9 was the River Accord. Now, the River Accord, You know, it's like $1 billion. You know, you got the Water Management District, Florida Department of Environmental Protection. You know, you got a lot of governmental agencies. And so anyway, I went to the JEA board, and what I want to share with you is, you know, I'm just down to 17. But you know what? I participated in the last River Accord. You know, public access to our waterways is getting absolutely crushed, destroyed. But anyway, here's the Duval County Public Schools, JEA, Lori Boyer, 10 years ago. So public access, it can happen, but it will require the leadership immediately.
Thank you.
All right.
Our next speaker, actually our last speaker in this section is Michelle Brown, please.
Thank you, Michelle Braun. My address is on file. I'm here representing Lift Jacks in the Out East community. I'm on the board of Lift Jacksonville, and I want to thank you all for a week ago, the great public comment that came out from Out East and others about the community benefits agreement. And I appreciate, as other speakers have mentioned, your thoughtful questions. I do think it's a historic night. I think you're likely to make a historic investment in the future of the city of Jacksonville. And as the former CEO of United Way, I think that future includes our most vulnerable communities. And I'm disappointed that the CBA isn't going to be included tonight. But as has been echoed, I want to urge you to continue to work with our community out east and those who are benefiting from the community benefits agreement, because I know it will help move our community forward. Place-based investments matter. There's data. The TIFs matter. We'll happy to answer your questions. I believe that the CBA will be an investment in the future, and Lift Jack's whole purpose is to start in a place and then move on to other communities with purpose. And it's a model for this community that I stand by, and there's many experts that are involved that stand by it. So please, we'll be back, as has been said, and we appreciate your ability to continue to ask questions and also to work with us, because I know it will be a great investment for our city. Thank you.
Thank you. I also have 3 cards of those who did not wish to speak, but they submitted public comment cards, and they are Ikarius Olson, Sierra Jones-Frischman, and Suzanne Pickett. And those are all the cards we have for public hearing.
Those were all the cards turned in by 4 o'clock. Mr. Floor Leader.
It is now time for third reading ordinances on page 38. For members of our audience, these bills have already had their public hearings, and the final committee reports are now ready for full council action. Mr. President, item 87, 2024-363. Move the amendment.
I have a motion and second on the amendment. We're on page 38 for the public, council members. I have a motion and a second on the amendment. All those in favor of the amendment, please indicate by saying aye. All those opposed, please say nay. Amendment passes.
Move the bill as amended.
I have a motion and a second on the bill as amended. Please open the ballot, record the vote.
Seventeen yeas, 0 nays.
By your vote, you've approved 2024-363.
Item 88, 2024-368. Move the substitute.
I have a motion and a second on the substitute. All those in favor of moving the substitute, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, please say nay. Substitute passes.
Move the bill as substituted.
I have a motion and a second on the bill as substituted. Please open the ballot, record the vote.
Seventeen yeas, 0 nays.
By your vote, you've approved 2024-368.
Item 89, 2024-417. Move the amendment.
I have a motion and a second on the amendment. All those in favor of the amendment, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, please say nay. Amendment passes.
Move the bill as amended.
I have a motion and a second on the bill as amended. Please open the ballot, record the vote.
Seventeen yeas, 0 nays.
By your vote, you've approved 2024-417.
Item 90, 2024-421, move the amendment.
I have a motion and a second on the amendment. All those in favor of the amendment, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Let's do that a little louder, please. All those in favor of the amendment, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, please say nay. Amendment passes.
Move the bill as amended.
I have a motion and a second on the bill as amended. Please open the ballot, record the vote.
Seventeen yeas, 0 nays.
By your vote, you've approved 2024-421.
Item 91, 2024-424, move the amendment.
I have a motion and a second on the amendment. All those in favor of the amendment, please indicate by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed, please say nay. Amendment passes.
Move the bill as amended.
I have a motion and a second on the bill as amended. Please open the ballot, record the vote. I'm sorry, Chris. Councilmember Miller.
Thank you, Mr. President. I wanted to ask the auditors for a question on this, if they could explain the money that has gone back into the general fund and this recapture process here. I just wanted to get some clarification on what's actually occurring on this bill.
Through the President to Councilmember Miller, excuse me. So annually, the city's finance department performs a recapture process looking at all funds within the city budget that receive general fund dollars contributions. And so KHA is one of those funds where the majority of their budget, if not all, comes from the general fund. At the end of the recapture process, they determine if there are dollars that can be pulled back into the general fund, dollars that went unspent. Our office works with the accounting division and reviews those numbers, and we determined this year that the recapture amount from KHA was the $1,433,508. Almost every year, KHA comes back to council and requests the dollars that were recaptured to be reprogrammed into their budget, and so that's what this bill is doing, is expanding the services that they are offering in the current year.
So through the President, to the auditors, so this money is currently sitting in the general fund now. They didn't use it during the year as budgeted, and now they're asking to pull it forward into the following year on top of next year's budget.
Through the President to Councilman Miller, the dollars are sitting in the general fund reserves currently. It is dollars that went unspent in last year's budget, so the 22-23 budget, and they are requesting it to be brought out of reserves into their fund to expand services in this fiscal year and services that will continue into next fiscal year.
Okay, thank you for the clarification. I have no further comments, Mr. President.
There's no one else in the queue. Please open the ballot, record the vote.
Eighteen yeas, 0 nays.
By your vote, you've approved 2024-424.
Item 92, 2024-425, move the amendment.
I have a motion and a second on the amendment. All those in favor of the amendment, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, please say nay. Amendment passes.
Move the bill as amended.
I have a motion and a second on the bill as amended. Please open the ballot, record the vote.
Eighteen yeas, 0 nays.
By your vote, you've approved 2024-425.
Item 93, 2024-426, move the amendment.
I have a motion and a second on the amendment. All those in favor of the amendment, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, please say nay. Amendment passes.
Move the bill as amended.
I have a motion and a second on the bill as amended. Please open the ballot, record the vote.
Seventeen yeas, 0 nays.
By your vote, you've approved 2024-426.
Item 94, 2024-428, move the amendment.
Have a motion and a second on the amendment. All those in favor of the amendment, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, please say nay. Amendment passes.
Move the bill as amended.
I have a motion and a second on the bill as amended. Please open the ballot, record the vote.
Seventeen yeas, 0 nays.
By your vote, you've approved 2024-428.
Item 95, 2024-429.
Mr. Gaffney, you're recognized.
Yes, through the chair, thank you. I will be abstaining from this legislation. My father runs an organization that provides services to the homeless and mental health. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Pittman.
President, I will also be abstaining from this bill because I am the CEO and president of the Clara White Mission that we serve the homeless population.
Thank you. Floor leader.
Move the amendment.
I have a motion and a second on the amendment. All those in favor of the amendment, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, please say nay. Amendment passes.
Move the bill as amended.
I have a motion and a second on the bill as amended. Please open the ballot, record the vote.
Fifteen yeas, 0 nays, and 2 abstain.
By your vote, you approve 2024-429 as amended.
Item 96, 2024-430.
Councilmember Gaffney, you're recognized.
Thank you, through the chair. I will also be abstaining from this legislation. My father runs an organization, CRC, that provides services to the mental ill, and homelessness. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Pittman, you're recognized.
The chair, same. I am the CEO and president of the Clara White Mission that serves the homeless and population with HIV/AIDS, and I will be abstaining from this legislation. Thank you.
Thank you.
Move the amendment.
I have a motion and a second on the amendment. All those in favor of the amendment, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, please say nay. Amendment passes.
Move the bill as amended.
I have a motion and a second on the bill as amended. Please open the ballot, record the vote.
Fifteen yeas, 0 nays, 2 abstain.
By your vote, you've approved 2024-430.
Item 97, 2024-431.
Councilmember Gaffney.
Hopefully it's the last time, but thank you, through the chair. I'll also be abstaining from this legislation. My father runs a nonprofit that provides services to the mental health and homelessness. Thank you.
Councilmember Pittman.
To the chair, I do have one more, but this one right here, I am the CEO and president of the Clara White Mission, and we serve the homeless and low income, and I will be abstaining, and legislation has already been. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Pittman.
Move the amendment.
I have a motion and a second on the amendment. All those in favor of the amendment, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, please say nay. Amendment passes.
Move the bill as amended.
I have a motion and a second on the bill as amended. Please open the ballot, record the vote.
Fifteen yeas, 0 nays, 2 abstain.
By your vote, you have approved 2024-431 as amended.
Item 98, 2024-432.
Councilmember Carrico, you're recognized.
Let me join the party. Thank you for recognizing me, Mr. President. I rise to declare a conflict, and I will be abstaining from this vote due to the fact that my employer, the Boys and Girls Clubs of Northeast Florida, will receive funding through this. None of that funding will go toward my salary, but I will abstain. And I want to say you got a nice suit on today, Reggie, looking good.
Councilmember Gaffney.
Yeah, OGC Marriage is reminding me that I need to abstain from this as well. Out of abundance of caution, I also will be abstaining from this vote. Like I stated before, previous times, my father runs a nonprofit organization that provides services to the homeless and the mental health. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Gaffney. Councilmember Pittman.
Mr. President, again, abstain from voting because it is a conflict. My organization, the Clara White Mission, will probably apply for some funding, and as an abundance of caution, I'll make sure I don't vote, and I'm abstaining. Conflict of interest.
Councilmember Boylan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I am not standing to abstain today. I just wanted to take a pause and for a moment. This is the fifth of 5 bills that we've moved forward rather quickly here. They represent $16 million in grants to support housing in our community. We're often accused of not doing much to support those in that particular area. We do a lot out of our own budget, but I want to commend the administration and their work in securing these dollars and the opportunity for us to move them forward and recognize the fact that we do support the more challenging individuals in our community. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. Floor leader.
Move the amendment.
I have a motion and a second on the amendment. All those in favor of the amendment, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, please say nay. Amendment passes.
Move the bill as amended.
I have a motion and a second on the bill as amended. Please open the ballot, record the vote.
Yeas, 0 nays, 3 abstain.
By your vote, you've approved 2024-432 as amended.
Item 99, 2024-437, move the amendment.
I have a motion and a second on the amendment. All those in favor of the amendment, please indicate by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed, please say nay. Amendment passes.
Move the bill as amended.
I have a motion and a second on the bill as amended. Please open the ballot, record the vote. After.
Yeas, 0 nays.
By your vote, you've approved 2024-437. Councilmember Freeman, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Through the President, to my colleagues, I wanted to rise to acknowledge the JCEB Special Committee and the work that they have done on this. Councilmember Amaro and Councilmember Aris. I believe, Councilmember Gay, you were on it in the 2 meetings I attended. I missed you there, but they definitely put a lot of time and effort into this. I also want to thank my colleague, Councilmember Pittman, and the work that we did leading up to it. A lot of great things happening with JCEB. I'm very excited about it and look forward, and hopefully Council President Designate White will continue this special committee as we move forward so that we can continue to help Mr. Grant, who's new to our city, continue to do that great work. So thank you so much.
Thank you. Mr. Floor Leader.
Item 100, 2024-438, move the amendment.
I have a motion and a second on the amendment. All those in favor of the amendment, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, please say nay. Amendment passes.
Move the bill as amended.
I have a motion and a second on the bill as amended. Please open the ballot, record the vote.
Yeas, 0 nays.
By your vote, you've approved 2024-438 as amended.
Item 101, 2024-452, move the amendment.
I have a motion and a second on the amendment. All those in favor of the amendment, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, please say nay. Amendment passes.
Move the bill as amended.
I have a motion and a second on the bill as amended. Please open the ballot, record the vote.
Yeas, 1 nay.
By your vote, you've approved 2024-452 as amended.
Mr. President, we also have an emergency action item on the agenda tonight under first reading resolutions. If you would please turn to page 48, item 111, 2024-498, move the emergency.
I have a motion and a second on the emergency. All those in favor of the emergency, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, please say nay. Emergency passes.
Move the bill as an emergency.
I have a motion and a second on the bill as an emergency. Dr. Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. President, for allowing me to speak. While I do know there are 2 Reigns Vikings that sit across from me. I, as a Ribault Trojan, am so honored to say something about this. I am the product of this. My mother graduated from William Marion Raines High School in the 1960s and became a speech pathologist and audiologist. And I look at this, even at Ribault, I took my advanced placement courses in the morning at Ribault in the afternoon at Raines. So I feel only, in November do we just go on our opposite sides during Raines Ribault time, but I feel some of that Viking blood. But I could not be more proud as an academic, as a former professor, and as just someone who is excited to see education taking the forefront, to see these young people at William M. Raines who have passed all these exams. When I saw this come around, I could not do anything but jump on it. And I hope that this is a beacon for other schools to say, I see what Raines is doing. We can do that too. I am so excited to honor my brothers and sisters from William M. Raines for doing such a wonderful job. And I look forward to the great things these young people will bring to the table in the future. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. I have Mr. Lanen in the queue.
Thank you, Council President. Just wanted to be added as a co-sponsor. I meant to before it went out.
If you would add Councilmember Lanen and Carlucci as co-sponsors. And White as well. Do we want a council amendment? I have a motion second on the council amendment. All those in favor of council amendment, please indicate by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed, please say nay. We are all co-sponsors. Okay. Okay. Yeah, I've already turned the page. Hang on a second.
Move the bill
Move
as
the
an
bill.
emergency as amended.
As amended. Councilmember Carrico.
Thank you, Mr. President. I wanted to echo everything Dr. Johnson said, except my mom didn't go to Raines. But anytime we can celebrate the success of young people in academics, I'm going to stand by that. And we did the council amendment, so I don't have to be added. But thank you all for making that happen.
Okay, please open the ballot, record the vote.
Yeas, 0 nays.
By your vote, you've approved 2024-498 as an emergency. Councilmember Freeman, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President, and I just want to thank my colleagues, those who've joined in supporting this. This is the type of story, this is the Jacksonville story. I could not have been more proud of the students when I saw this on the news, and I was waiting and waiting and waiting because I knew we had some Raines graduates on this council, and once I saw that we were getting down to the wire, I was not going to let this moment pass because I count 1, 2, 3, 4 TV cameras here. And this is something that I think I would love for the media to start capturing more because they got about a 15-second run, at least from my count. But let something violent happen in our community. I served as district council person in District 10, and every night I would go to bed saying a prayer like, please, not the night that the phone's going to ring. And when it would ring, the next morning there's someone from the media and they want to talk about something negative that's happened in the community. And I see my colleagues smiling, and yes, I will call you out when I see it because I believe in this. The more we can lift these young people up and praise them when they're doing something good, the less they'll feel like the group that talked to me last week that said, Mr. Freeman, I don't believe in politics, I don't believe any of you all up here, and I don't believe in this message that there's hope for us. I'd rather rob, steal, and kill than to try to go a different direction. And tonight, I think as a body, we played a part in acknowledging a group, saying, you know what, we see the work you've done when no one else was looking. We see the work you've done outside of the politics, and thank you for thinking enough of us. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. We are now on page 11, and we are getting into public hearings. It's now after 5 o'clock, so we can get into those. Mr. Floor Leader.
We're now ready for public comments regarding economic development, investment incentives. Item 25, 2024, 418. We have no speaker cards. Move the amendment.
I have a motion and a second on the amendment. All those in favor of the amendment, please indicate by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed, please say nay. Amendment passes.
Move the bill as amended.
I have a motion and a second on the bill as amended. Mr. Peluso.
Thank you, Mr. President. I stand in support of this project. This is also in District 7. There's a lot of things going on in District 7 this evening. However, I do want to kind of show our appreciation to Tony Chow, to Michael Whale, and to everyone who's been working on the Phoenix Art District. I know there was a lot of members who were still kind of tepid on whether or not we want to provide grants to projects outside of sort of the DIA boundary. I thank those who are supporting this now. This is going to be a transformative project that's going to be huge for the Phoenix art area. We're going to see Phase 1 completed hopefully in the next year or so. Then Phase 2 is going to be a lot of housing, right? So there's going to be so much going on in this area. It's incredibly exciting for our city, and I thank you all for supporting it.
Thank you, Mr. Paluso.
Mr. President, it is now time for public hearings, beginning on page 12. Oh, excuse me, back up.
We didn't vote.
My apologies.
Our last meeting, guys. Please open the ballot, record the vote. Colleagues, I see the crowd beginning to grow out in the audience. I just wonder why.
16 yeas, 0 nays.
By your vote, you've approved 2024-418 as amended. Mr. Floor Leader.
Yep. Mr. President, it is now time for public hearings, beginning on page 12. Council members should declare any ex parte communications. Anyone wishing to speak in the following bills should complete a speaker card, and you will be allowed 3 minutes to speak. State law requires public hearings. If you provided your address on the form prescribed and don't wish to state it on the microphone, then you are permitted to just state that your address is on file. But we encourage you to be more specific. Your location will likely impact the weight given to your comments. Council members may obtain the speaker's address from the floor leader. All comments should be addressed to the council as a whole and not to any member individually. Failure to complete the form provided, including the provision of an address on the form, will mean your name will not be called for the public hearing. Madam Secretary, please read the bills.
2024-365, 412, 413, 414, 415, 416, 420, 457, 458, 459, 460, 461, 462, 463, 464, 465, 466, 467, 468, 469, 470, 475, 476, 477, 2023, 325, 326, 704, 705, 706, 2024, 225, 226, 273, 274, 342, 343, 344, 345, 346, 347, 348, 349, 350, 351, 352, 395, 396, 397, 398, 399, 400, 401, 402, 403, 404, 405, 406, 407, 408, 409, 410, and 411.
I open all these public hearings.
Item 26, 2024, 365. We have no speaker cards.
This public hearing is now closed.
Move the amendment.
I have a motion and a second on the amendment. All those in favor of the amendment, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, please say nay. Amendment passes.
Move the bill as amended.
I have a motion and a second on the bill as amended. Please open the ballot, record the vote.
$16 yeas, 0 nays.
By your vote, you've approved 2024-365.
Item 27, 2024, 412. We have no speaker cards.
This public hearing is now closed.
Item 28, 2024, 413. We have no speaker cards.
Public hearing is now closed.
Item 29, 2024, 414. We have no speaker cards.
Public hearing is now closed.
Item 30, 2024, 415. We have 7 speaker cards. Would the following individuals please come forward to the front seats? Jennifer Lucero, Joseph Palizzi, Robin Lemons, Elizabeth Kelly, William Vaughn, Yanking Lee and Jijong Ma. And the first speaker is Jennifer Lucero, please.
Good evening, City Council members. My name is Jennifer Lucero. My address is on file. I'm here today as a concerned homeowner and a dedicated member of the community. I'm here to express my strong opposition to the proposed rezoning of land for the construction of a cell tower in the neighborhood. Firstly, I want to emphasize that my primary concern is the safety of our community. The proposed cell tower at a height of 170 feet poses significant risks that cannot be ignored. One major concern is the reliability of the tower structure, especially during severe weather. If the tower were to collapse, it could potentially cause catastrophic damage to nearby power lines, leading to power outages and even fires. Furthermore, the proximity of the proposed tower to our schools and residential areas raises the serious safety concerns. In case of an emergency, the presence of a towering structure could impede evacuation routes and obstruct emergency response efforts. Our community's safety should never be compromised for the sake of infrastructure that can be placed in less sensitive areas. Beyond safety, we must consider the aesthetic impact of this cell tower. Our neighborhood is known for its charming and cohesive look, which is one of the main reasons many of us chose to live there. The introduction of a large industrial-looking cell tower would be stark contrast to the planned community aesthetic that we all value. Would stand out as an eyesore, distracting from the natural beauty and the well-maintained appearance of our surroundings. There's a real concern of our property values. Studies have shown that the presence of cell towers can negatively affect the value of nearby homes. The potential devaluation of homes is a significant concern for all of us and one that should not be taken lightly. In conclusion, I urge the City Council to deny the rezoning request for the construction of the cell tower. Our community safety, aesthetic appeal, and property values are at stake. There are undoubtedly other locations where this tower could be placed without compromising the well-being and character of our neighborhood. Let us work together to find a solution that meets the needs of modern communication while preserving the integrity and safety of our cherished community. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Polizzi?
Good afternoon. My name is Joe Polizzi. My address is on file. I'm here, and again, once again, to echo my neighbors and my fellow resident.
Sir, could you speak in the microphone, please?
Sorry.
Thank you.
I'm here representing my community as it relates to the cell tower that's being proposed. The minimum requirements are not being met, and the LUZ met last week, and it was deferred. This cell tower will be located 750 feet away from the Early Childhood Learning Center, St. John Paul II Catholic Church, and the families have, from the school, students that are enrolled in this school, their families have been raising concern with the director of the school. I submitted a letter that was from the director of the school opposing this cell tower and the location. There are other locations, and the minimum requirements were set in place for a reason. Once again, I oppose the erection of this cell tower in the location. In addition to that, although we are from St. Johns County, I am, this cell tower straddles the border between Duval County and St. Johns County in the community of Nocatee. Artisan Lakes is a senior retirement 55 and older community that sits right on the line where this cell tower is going to be located, and also the Palms, which is also one of the communities within Duval County. It's a unique situation where we straddle both areas, and it affects both, again, both for health reasons. I know that the health reasons, based on the 1996 statute that was put in place regarding health cell towers and their effect on the community and health reasons. However, when people have predetermined that, cell towers and emission of radio waves and radiation, their concerns are real, and perception is reality in the person that perceives it. All of us have perceptions as to what we believe to be true or what is proved not to be true. However, that perception becomes reality, and in the minds of people that are affected, and the prime location of this cell tower is a concern to many people within the community and the parents of these children. The early childhood education is not K through 12 or K through 8. It's infants through 5 years old. That's their...
Thank you, sir.
Okay, sorry.
Robin Lemons, please.
Hello, my name is Robin Lemons. My address is on file, but I live right in the shadow of this proposed cell phone tower. And when I first heard about it, I was just in shock. When I bought my home in Kelly Point in Nocatee, over 10 years ago, we were promised that all of the areas that were preserved were going to stay preserved. They were like, no law can ever change that. It was a guarantee. And I guess I shouldn't have believed what the realtors told me, but I did. And I was like, it's safe to build my home here and to have children here and raise my family here. And now I'm coming to you as a mother who's scared for my family and the hundreds of other families who live in the shadow of this proposed cell phone tower. I've also learned that the landholder who has this small parcel that they're trying to rezone to make it encroach on the wetlands so they can fit the cell phone tower. I've learned that they have 13 other properties in the area where they could put the tower that are not so close to houses. The only thing in this area are houses, a church, and the early learning center that Joe just referenced. I'm a virtual school teacher by trade. I used to teach in the classroom, and now I teach virtually, and I've taught virtually for 7 years, living in this house, and doing my job, talking to my students every day. I rely on good cell phone service to do that, and I've never had a problem, not once. This tower isn't even needed, and some of my neighbors do get bad cell phone service in their house, but it's because of the way the houses are built. So there are different home builders built within this neighborhood, and some of them put these radiant barriers in the roof to get energy efficiency ratings to make the homes energy efficient, which is wonderful and awesome. The unfortunate side effect is that it blocks out cell phone signal. They walk outside their door, they get signal just fine. They walk inside, absolutely no signal, because it's the way the houses are built. So even if they build the cell phone tower, it won't help. I'm scared for this tower to be built. I don't like it for cutting down the trees. I don't like it for the aesthetic reasons. I'm scared that it's right next to the power lines because it just seems like a recipe for disaster. Plus, it just seems like it's going to amplify the radiation, and I feel like there are thresholds to what we as humans can absorb in terms of radiation and still be okay. And I feel like our children deserve better. We don't need another cell tower. I feel like we should just be happy with what we have. It's perfectly good. And if for some reason the cell phone tower has to be built, then I pray that it is built on another site and not right over in the middle of all these neighborhoods. I yield the rest of my time. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Kelly, please.
Hello, my name is Elizabeth Kelly. My address is on file. I also live in Kelly Point. I want to echo all of the remarks from my neighbors. My home is right in the vicinity of where this proposed cell tower is, which is just a mere 240 feet from this area. Imagine looking out your backyard and seeing a cell phone tower. Imagine your children playing in your yard in the realm of a cell phone tower. Setbacks are created by this county and put in place for a reason. This project doesn't meet any of the transportation, residential dwellings, and wetland setbacks that are required. It's also adjacent to two essential high-voltage power lines in the 170-foot tower radius that supplies power to Duval and St. Johns County. Damage to these lines would knock out power for over 23,000 residents. It's also in the middle of 3 residential communities, one of which is a senior community. It borders Valley Ridge Boulevard, which connects the main entrance to Nacatee's Greenway Trail and abuts wetlands and uplands areas with protected nesting gopher tortoises. We know that cell phone towers emit radio frequency waves The American Cancer Society acknowledges that more research is needed to clarify the long-term effects. The proposed tower's proximity to our homes raise concerns. Studies have shown that living near cell towers correlates with various health complaints. We've heard that there's an early learning center only 730 feet away from this proposed cell tower. In St. Johns County, there was a cell tower attempted to be built next to Bowles, and a surgical oncologist for Baptist was quoted in saying to the councilman that it hasn't had a lot of research officially to see if it's safe to be near humans. We have no idea what's going to do to them over the next 10 to 20 years. If the tower is right next to the school or on top of the school, the kids are getting exposed every single day. This tower was later relocated by the county. The difference between the required minimum 340-foot setback and the proposed 54-foot setback is astounding. And there is significant risk to damaging this environmentally sensitive area. Our community is already well served by a cell phone tower located only 1.3 miles away. Setbacks are established guidelines for a reason. They establish a crucial buffer zone to protect the public safety, health, and the environment. Approving a variance could weaken these safeguards and create uncertainty about future developments. Allowing such a structure so close to residential areas may invite further industrial encroachment, fundamentally changing the character of our neighborhoods. And we must ask ourselves, is the marginal improvement in cell service worth these considerable costs? Thank you, council members, for letting our voices be heard.
Thank you. Mr. Vaughn?
I've already spoken, I just spoke at a different time.
Okay, thank you. Yan King Lee, and I apologize if I haven't pronounced your name correctly.
Hello, my name is Yan King Lee. I'm also a Kelly Point resident. When I first heard the news,
Your address, please, sir?
Yeah. Say it again?
Your address for the record, please?
36 Captiva Drive, sir.
Thank you.
Yep. When I heard the news from my neighbor, I was in shock. So I felt my property rights was severely violated. I like watch movies, the Aaron Brockovich, and I'm just go through the nightmares the other people have experienced in movies, but this more like a real nightmare in reality coming. My mind just going through all the bad news on TV, the train derail in Ohio, so it can happen. We're living in America, and we just in shock, and somebody can change the requirements to just sacrifice a little couple people's a small section for the bigger good of the community. Maybe we are deserved to be sacrificed if we don't speak up. So think about the movies going through your mind. If you can live peacefully, sleep well, you can. Maybe we deserve to be sacrificed. Thank you.
Thank you. Zhao Ma, please? No?
Yeah, I present her as well.
Okay, and she opposes, and those are all the speaker cards, Mr. President.
Councilman Arias would like to meet with all those that just spoke in the green room over here, if y'all don't mind coming over. This public hearing is now closed.
Item 31, 2024-416, we have no speaker cards.
Public hearing is now closed.
Item 32, 2024-420, we have no speaker cards.
Public hearing is now closed.
Item 33, 2024-457, we have no speaker cards.
Public hearing is now closed.
Item 34, 2024-458, we have no speaker cards.
Public hearing is now closed.
Move the emergency.
I have a motion and a second on the emergency. All those in favor of the emergency, please indicate by saying aye. All those opposed, please say nay. Emergency passes.
Move the bill as an emergency.
I have a motion and a second on the bill as an emergency. All those in favor, oh, I'm sorry. Please open the ballot and record the vote.
Yeas, 0 nays.
By your vote, you've approved 2024-458 as an emergency.
Item 35, 2024-459, we have no speaker cards.
Public hearing is now closed.
Item 36, 2024-460, we have no speaker cards.
Public hearing is now closed.
Item 37, 2024-461, we have 3 speaker cards. If the following individuals would please come forward, Tim Schwartz and David Tyrell, and then we also have Jason Gabriel, questions only. So if Mr. Schwartz and Mr. Tyrell would come forward, please.
Jason Gabriel here on behalf of the applicant. Mr. Schwartz is the CFO for the company. Both Mr. Schwartz and I are available for questions. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Is David Tyrell here, please? Yes, sir.
My name is David Tyrell. I live at 9771 Lovage Lane. I'm here tonight in disbelief. This has gone on for 18 months. Everybody here on the council is aware of what's been going on. And then through committee, you bring this back to our neighborhood less than a half a mile from where it was proposed previously, and still within a mile of public schools, elementary schools. I don't understand. I just found this out last night, and this, not only do you bring them back to our neighborhood, you put it behind some trees at CSX. And you give them $1.5 million to come poison our neighborhood. Where do you guys come off at? Nobody can even look me in the eyes. You know it's wrong. Every single one of you know this is wrong. We've had hearings for 18 months. I've been down here more times than I like to think. You need to call our governor, Ron DeSantis. Tell him to send his plane down there. He could take Grupo Mexico with him back to Mexico. They don't belong here. They're more dangerous than any illegal immigrants coming across the border. This company could kill multiple people in a small community that's growing by 8,000 homes right now. And you'd have, this is ridiculous. I don't know how you guys can sit there and sleep at night. So some of you councilmen remember my father when he ran for council here. Some of you don't, but I can tell you that this will go on. It will not end here. Belvedere and Grupo Mexico, there will be boycotts of anybody that you sell your oil to. Boycotts of the retail. They're being put together now, and we'll know where they're at. So that's from Georgia all the way down to the South. Council, we need you to do what Ormond did and stand out for your constituents. It's your responsibility to us.
We have no more speaker cards.
I had a speaker card.
Sir, you had your chance to speak.
Who, me?
Yes.
I presented my speaker card.
Oh, I'm sorry. You're saying there is a second speaker card. Do you have one?
No. Harry Webster.
Sir, come up and fill out a card afterwards, please.
I actually filled the card out.
Well,
I filled it out again.
somehow it's got misplaced. If you fill one out after you speak.
It's not a problem. My name is Harry Webster. My address is on file. I feel like this issue with this fuel depot, whatever you want to call it, is like a hamster wheel. We're going around and around and around and around. And like Mr. Tyrell said, I mean, you all know, we've moved it from where it was going to go to like a half a mile or maybe a little bit more to behind the CSX train station. I don't know how many times we've been before you all to talk about the fact that putting this type of depot in or near or around a residential community could end up being a catastrophe. I don't know how, just changing it from where it was to a half a mile or more away makes any difference. You have residences that are being built on Imeson. You have residences that are being built up Garden Street. All of us are in the blast zone. If something were to happen with this fuel depot, and like I said many times before, I don't know how anyone can sleep at night giving credence to a fuel depot in the middle of residential neighborhoods. You got schools that are about a mile away. You've got churches. You've got all kinds of situations where it would prove detrimental. And the other thing is,
I think if more of the neighborhood or the community knew that this was going on tonight, there would have been more people here. But I think our representation did not get the word out to us for us to be able to have more people here to voice their opposition. So I'm just here tonight because I really think this is a futile effort, because I think minds have already been made up and I think this is going to happen. But let me just go on record to say that if and when something goes awry, you have been told that this is a wrong move and the liability is going to be on you. So if you can sleep at night with that, God bless you. I always tell people, God don't like ugly, and he ain't too fond of cute. So I thank you for this opportunity. Over the last 18 months, I've been here talking with you all, pleading with you, please don't put this in a residential community. But it looks like we're going to go forward with it anyway. So thank you for this opportunity, and good night.
Councilmember Clark Murray, you're recognized.
Thank you, President Salem. Mr. Gabriel, if you would come forward. And while you're walking, I'd like to know the nature of the emergency.
Yes, through the Council President to Ms. Clark Murray. We've been at this for about, as the gentleman said before me, 18-plus months. We've worked hand in hand with the district council member. Because of redistricting, there was actually another district council member before through Ms. Pittman. We're finally secured in a site. I'd submit this is in one of the most industrially heavy areas in Jacksonville. It's in an HI site. As you may recall, we had a bit of a dispute and discrepancy with the planning department in terms of where fuel storage could go, light industrial versus heavy industrial. We finally, again, working hand in hand with your incoming council president, found and secured a site surrounded on all sides by industrial and not near any neighborhoods. There's no blast zone. There's a lot of safety protocols taken into account. Once again, we've been at this for a while, and we're at the point now where we've got to make a decision and move forward. So I'm happy to entertain any more questions, but that's where we stand. I appreciate it.
Through the President to Mr. Gabriel, I am still, and I mean no disrespect, I'm still waiting on a reason for the emergency. I understand that it's been a lengthy process, which government, I like to tell people it moves slow, but it moves show. But I still don't hear a reason for the emergency, because...
Councilmember Clark Murray, I think Council President White can address that, the emergency portion of it.
Thank you for the question, Ms. Clark Murray. And I want to say I know Mr. Terrell and I know Mr. Webster. I think I've been at his house, and we have been at this for 18 months. The first two original sites was one of them was agricultural. They tried to change to industrial light. At the time, it was thought with the old planning director you could put on an industrial light. I actually agreed with the new planning director that it should be on industrial heavy. Their second site was industrial light, and they finally have found some property that's industrial heavy that's already in a train yard. And there is houses that actually was probably built knowing they was close to HI, but not near as close as the other two properties. They had residents across the street. And since they've been at it 18 months and spent millions of dollars, I told them if they'd find a heavy industrial site that is owned by our folks, that I'd support it. And that's what they did. And they're just trying to get the ball rolling because they're so far behind because of the other two sites didn't work. So I know there'll still be some people unhappy with it, but I will say it's HI, and that's what I told them, and that's why I would support the emergency and getting the ball on down the road. Thank you.
So through the President to the President-elect, essentially it's an emergency because they have now found a site that's a proper zoning, and prior to their search that they have spent lots of money to do so.
Yes, ma'am, time and money, and so this will help them recoup their timeline a little bit better and just get it moving a little quicker. But it is HI, yes, ma'am, it's heavy industrial property.
Thank you. Thank you, President Salem.
Okay, I have no one else to speak, so closing the public hearing.
Move the emergency.
I have a motion and a second on the emergency. All those in favor of the emergency, please indicate by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed, please say nay. Emergency passes.
Move the amendment.
I have a motion and a second on the amendment. Councilmember Clark Murray on the amendment.
I would like to, through the president, to whomever, or perhaps Mr. Gabriel, I'd like to hear the amendment.
Okay, that's probably better for, she wants to hear the amendment, Ms. Mary.
Happy to. Thank you. Through the president to Councilmember Clark Murray and the council. So the amendment is outlined on your blue sheet, but I'll go through each item in turn. The amendment would clarify that the new jobs must be created by December 31st of 2030. It clarifies that the waiver of the PIP is in part because the required new jobs are less than 50. It clarifies that eligible private capital investment is estimated at $82,750,000. It attaches a revised Exhibit 1, which is a project summary, to reflect the eligible private capital investment dollars and to correct Scrivener's errors. It also places a revised economic development agreement on file to reflect eligible private capital investment and to correct Scrivener's errors, and it corrects additional Scrivener's errors in the bill.
To Mr. Popoulos, through the president. So the amendments do not have anything to do with the waiver that's in the bill, the waivers that are in the bill.
Through the president to Councilmember Clark Murray, only to the extent that it's clarifying the nature of the waiver, that it's in part because of the lesser number of jobs than is required in the PIP.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, President Salem.
Councilmember Arias on the amendment, on the bill. Okay. All those in favor of the amendment, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, please say nay. Amendment, nay. Amendment passes.
Move the bill as an emergency as amended.
I have a motion and a second on the bill as an emergency as amended. Councilmember Arias, you're recognized.
Yes, Mr. President. On LUZ, I could have sworn I asked to be a co-sponsor, but I would like to be added if possible as a co-sponsor. The applicant has obviously not only been patient with the city, but the fact that they're investing over $82 million towards our city, and we've given them the runaround. They finally have met with our district council member in the sense of what we've been looking for, and they actually did their part. I would be in favor to see if we could provide them with more funds than this, because I think they lost more than $1.5 million, and the fact that they're investing $82 million, it's really a drop in the bucket for us. But at the end of the day, I'll still support this 1.5, and I would like to be added as a co-sponsor. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Boylan for the first time.
Thank you, Mr. President. I just stand to clarify that this bill is not about location. The bill is about the incentive that we're offering them in this process. So I appreciate the gentleman's comments with respect to where it's being situated, but that is not the purpose of this bill. So the matter of location is already available to them without legislation. So I just wanted to make sure we understood that and I do support this bill. Thank you.
Mr. Peluso, you dropped off. Councilmember Clark Murray for the second time.
Thank you, President Salem. Through the president to my colleagues, my concern is with the funding. This is with from the Northwest Jax Economic Development Fund, and the two waivers that the applicant are seeking. First of all, they want $700,000 more dollars than this fund is supposed to allow. And according to the bill, they're only going to create about 20 jobs. And I know Councilmember Arias talked about the capital improvement or capital gains or the amount of money that's going to increase. But look at the precedent that we're setting for the Northwest Jacksonville Economic Development Fund. I have an issue with that, and I think the rest of you should too. Where the funding is coming from is part of the problem. In addition to, we have those who showed up to oppose it. And I understand about the zoning. It's appropriate zoning. That's great. But look at this fund and where it's coming from. Once again, they're asking for more, $700,000 more than what the fund states. And some of the essential criteria is the fact that it's going to create less than 50 jobs. Less than 50 jobs for $700,000. Thank you, President Salem.
Thank you. Mr. Peluso.
Thank you, Mr. President. I didn't feel the need to speak, but I don't know. I kind of agree with what Councilmember Clark Murray just mentioned. The Northwest Trust Fund is meant to go to pretty much help to stabilize and bring new development and new dollars into the Northwest side, in particular in low-income neighborhoods. This is, as we just mentioned, this is a heavy industrial area, so there's only so many of those available. That's why they're going to that location, not because they got, brought there because of, oh, we want to help out low-income areas. When it comes to the project itself, right, we just kind of mentioned it. On the zoning side, this is the location. That's fine. But I don't understand why a company that is about to invest over $80 million needs 1.5, especially when that fund is supposed to go to other projects that are supposed to help pretty much low-income individuals and making sure that we have commercial corridors that are more robust. This doesn't really do that. Fine with it overall, but not fine with spending this money. Thank you, sir.
Mr. Howland.
Thank you, Mr. Council President. We talked about this a little bit in finance. This is an $82 million capital investment. Talking with the auditors, this will generate, given that capital investment gets taxed by at the mill rate annually, generate over $700,000 a year in taxes in revenue collection for the city, which means this will pay for itself in 2 years. And I will note that the Office of Economic Development mentioned that this investment has an ROI over 5, which is a pretty strong return on investment. So this is a good one. I support this bill. Thanks.
Councilmember Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. President. I have to support this as a member of OUZ. Number one, this is by the zoning. I do appreciate what council members Clark Murray and Peluso said, but they're absolutely incorrect. I'm looking at the fact that with this $1.5 million investment over a 10-year period, we're talking about more than $10 million of investment that will come back into this community. So it's an economic driver for the Northwest community. That means more funds that go back into the community. So yes, they may be spending more than $750,000 more than it was supposed to be, but when you look at the numbers and talk to the auditor, and this is something that's been going on, as we've said, for a long time in LUZ, we've gone through several sites. It's important that we send the message to the business community that we are willing to do business with people intelligently, and I think that's what we've done. This district is adjacent to my district, so not only have I served and worked through this process with the developer, but with the LUZ committee as well as others in the community. I think it's important that we show that we're open for business, we want to do business responsibly, and if the funds are there, let's use them to grow the city, and that's what this does. Thank you very much.
Joe Carlucci for the first time.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair. Not to belabor the discussion here, but I do think it's important just to have the conversation where the city is costing businesses money. And this isn't the first example. This is a large example of that. But I had a business come to me today at its table. We had one in LUZ last week where the city made a mistake, and but they're not refunding money. So these are real dollars, and I'm sorry that if it's coming out of an account that has X, Y, and Z conditions, that at the end of the day, there has to be accountability. And as a business owner, like I said in LUZ, I have to eat the funds sometimes. That's just how it goes. So when a business comes in and they're getting wrapped around the axle, and then they're told, no, actually go here, that's not right, and I fully support this, and I'd like to be added as a co-sponsor. Thank you.
Councilmember Arias for the second time.
Thank you, Mr. President. To my colleague, Joe Carlucci, you just stole my thunder. I was about to say all that right now. But to my colleagues on the other side, when they mentioned that we have a business that is going to invest over $82 million and they have more than enough money and they don't need the 1.5, I would just like to remind you that in your district, there's an entity which I fully support, the Phoenix Art. They're investing over $32 to $35 million, and we are giving them over $4 to $5 million. What's the difference here? So with that being said, to what all my colleagues here that are supporting it, I want to make sure that we make the presidents and everybody understand that we are holding everybody accountable, including the city. If we mess up, we are on the hook for this. The same thing like my colleague just said, an LUZ. Somebody, small business owner, was trying to open up their restaurant. It took them 6 months to finally get the permit approved, and it cost them dollars to open up, and in the return, they're having to pay an application fee of $1,600. My goal is to waive that fee to get them a refund. Why? Because we messed up. We dropped the ball, and it's on video. And sure enough, we definitely dropped the ball on that part. So with this being said, I'm supporting this once again, and just I hope that all you guys do the same thing as well. Thank you.
Councilmember Peluso for the second time.
Thank you, Mr. President. No, I just stand because my district was brought up. That was monies from a different pot, first off. So Northwest Trust Fund is a very different fund. It has a very different objective. It has a very different mission, right? That is why I'm slightly upset about this. Because we're giving money that's supposed to go to pretty much low-income neighborhoods and low-income areas to help stimulate economic investment, and this is instead going to a incredibly wealthy oil company. To an area where they can kind of only go because of the fact that it's heavy industrial. So that's why I'm standing, that's why I'm in opposition to these dollars. The ROI, of course, is incredibly good because, yeah, it's very little in terms of the massive amount of investment they're going to be putting into that project. I assume they're not going to lose any sleep if they have to put in another 1.5. I think we have other investors, other businesses that are going to need this money a lot more. We have small businesses here in our own city that could use this money. That's why I'm bringing it up. Thank you.
Councilmember Clark Murray for the third time.
Thank you, President Salem. So I'm listening to my colleagues, and I hear you. First of all, numbers don't lie. When you do the math, they're asking for 1.5 million, and you subtract the 600,000, that's a cap. Then you get 700,000 left over. So they're getting an additional $700,000, money that could be used for a grocery store in the areas that need grocery stores. Money that could be used to have a satellite emergency center for areas that have a hard time getting to our hospital emergency centers. So once again, we're setting a dangerous precedent with this particular fund, because now someone else who comes along and asks for that large amount over the cap, then we don't have really the right to deny it, because we've done it for this particular business. So once again, I say that this should not be approved. It would be nice if it could go back, instead of going through the emergency, go back through committee in a sense, and maybe perhaps find another fund. Yes, we have maybe the money to help them, but not with this particular fund. Thank you, President Salem.
Please open the ballot, record the vote.
Yeas, 2 nays.
By your vote, you've approved 2024-461 as an emergency as amended.
Item 38, 2024-462, we have no speaker cards.
Public hearing is now closed.
Item 39, 2024-463, we have no speaker cards.
Public hearing is now closed.
Item 40, 2024-464, we have no speaker cards.
Public hearing is now closed.
Item 41, 2024-465, we have no speaker cards.
Public hearing is now closed.
Item 42, 2024-466, we have no speaker cards.
Public hearing is now closed.
Item 43, 2024-467, we have no speaker cards.
Public hearing is now closed.
Item 44, 2024-468, we have no speaker cards.
Public hearing is now closed.
Move the emergency.
I have a motion and a second on the emergency. All those in favor of the emergency, please indicate by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed, please say nay. Emergency passes.
Move the amendment.
I have a motion and a second on the amendment. All those in favor of the amendment, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, please say nay. Amendment passes.
Move the bill as an emergency as amended.
I have a motion and a second on the bill as an emergency as amended. Please open the ballot, record the vote.
Yeas, 0 nays.
By your vote, you've approved 2024-468 as an emergency as amended.
Item 45, 2024-469, we have no speaker cards.
Public hearing is now closed.
Item 46, 2024-470, we have no speaker cards.
Public hearing is now closed.
Item 47, 2024-475, we have no speaker cards.
Public hearing is now closed.
Item 48, 2024-476, we have one speaker card. John Nooney.
Thank you. Hello. I am John Philanthropic, Resiliency Nooney, Ocho Tres, Cinco Seis, Bascom Road, B as in beach, ASCOM as in Mayport. All right. this ordinance, we're going to be appropriating $154,100 from the council president's designated contingency to the subsidies and contributions to the private organization account for Mayport Waterfront. Well, you know what? Instead of this, I'd like to see it $500,000. You know, this is Mayport. And what we're going to be doing, we're waiving Section 118.107, nonprofits to receive funding through a competitive evaluated award process, Part 1, General Provisions, Chapter 118, City Grants Ordinance Code, to allow for a direct contract with Mayport for an oversight's going to be by the OED and Office of Economic Development. And let me just say, JSEB, you know, this, I'm wearing my Todd Rubin shirt. I mean, we can make a movie. I mean, this is McParks stuff. So it's going to be, you know, in neighborhoods, rules, and finance. You know, and seriously, our waterways. I can't emphasize enough. If you think we're getting more public, we're getting crushed. So I hope that with you increase this, and then ask the questions, where is the public access? And when you look at Mayport, we have these interlocal agreements. You got 3 beach municipalities. Now, there's a bill that I'll be speaking on right after this. You know, we have all these different areas. So anyway, I'm in support, and I just hope you increase it. Thank you for listening.
Thank you. We have no more speaker cards.
Public hearing is now closed.
Item 49, 2024, 477. We have 1 speaker card, also John Nooney.
Hello, I am John Philanthropic Resiliency Nooney, 835 Bascom Road, B as in beer, ASCOM as in margarita. Now with this one, we're going to be appropriating $125,000 from the council president's designated contingency to the general fund, you know, for downtown vision. And, you know, it's for the ambassador program, but here's another one. You know what? Let's make it $500,000, $500,000. You know, I went to the DVI meeting this morning at 9, after going to the JEA board meeting. And again, DVI is another zone. And when you look at the waterway components, so anyway, I'm just saying, you know, up it. And the thing is, it would be an amendment. But, you know, we're going to be having these amounts of money carved out for parks. So just like we had previously, you got the beaches. Now you got something that's downtown. And so when I was at the meeting, you know, I'm just down to 1:37. But I want to be one of the biggest cheerleaders for downtown. But that's not going to happen if you don't have access to the waterways. And I'll show anybody. And we're getting crushed. So anyway, I'm in support of it. I hope someone carves out another, you know, 375. Let's just stick with these, you know, 500,000, you know, and see what happens. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, Mr. Nooney. This public hearing is now closed.
Now it is time for public hearings on land use amendments and companion rezonings, beginning on page 22. Item 50, 2023, 325. We have no speaker cards.
This public hearing is continued until 7:23 of 24.
Item 51, 2023, 326. We have no speaker cards.
This public hearing is continued until 7:23 of 24.
Item 52, 2023, 704. We have no speaker cards.
This public hearing is continued until 7:23 of 24.
Item 53, 2023-705, we have no speaker cards.
This public hearing is continued until 7:23 of '24.
Item 54, 2023-706, we have no speaker cards.
This public hearing is continued until 7:23 of '24.
Item 55, 2024-225, we have no speaker cards.
This public hearing is continued until 7:23 of '24.
Item 56, 2024-226, we have no speaker cards.
This public hearing is continued until 7:23 of '24.
Item 57, 2024-273, we have one speaker card. It is Courtney Gaver, excuse me.
Good evening, Courtney Gaver, Rogers Towers, 1301 River Place Boulevard. I'm here on behalf of the Armory Redevelopment Associates. Just quickly, this application and companion application have been approved by your staff, by Planning Commission and the LUZ Committee. We've had no public comment at any of those hearings, and I'm not aware of any public opposition. We've also been working very closely with SPAR and received a letter in support, and so with that, I'm here as well as one of the associates with Armory to answer any questions that you have on this one and the next agenda item. Thank you.
Thank you. This public hearing is now closed.
Move the bill.
I have a motion and a second on the bill. Please open the ballot, record the vote.
Seventeen yeas, 0 nays.
By your vote, you've approved 2024-273.
Item 58, 2024-274, we have two speaker cards. Lauren Woods and also Ms. Gaver. Oh, you good? Okay, questions only. How about Ms., oh, here she comes. Ms. Woods? Yes, please.
My name is Lorraine Cassandra Woods. My name is a good name and it is of regality. My name is a great name. I reside at 600 North Washington Street, the family home of Jesuit. My father is Morris Edwards Jr. His spouse is Henrietta Deanne, and that is my mother. My father and I are members. We're leads of the Abyssinian tribe, and it's the fifth tribal site in New York City is my base. And this is the League of Oblates. We are in Cathedral City. There are several projects for which the United States military cadre of museumists, historians, archivists, engineers, and architectural and design teams are the ideal labor work team and assigned personnel. Urban planning is a critical task, and we have such a leading edge here in heritage tourism, using what it is that we have and being effective. Again, the Armory and Francisi Priory on North Market Street just says it should be a church. We should celebrate an annual mass with the United States Marine Corps, who continues to reside and trains there, and do this one time a year, and just really, really accentuate what we have here. The fire station number 4 in downtown is home of the labor work team, Magnificent, which notes a team of black civil servants that operated valorly with pride. They began at age 18 and retired. The building is a military museum and training center. It's not closed, and it provides support for our civil servants here. And we need it. It's a firefighting station. James Weldon Park Johnson's Park assets are a care, and you will need military engineers and scientists to rectify it. The granite pool that was removed was a public safety add-in. It is the born place of Jock the Divine of the Divine Nine, who noted sharks. I am delighted to announce the League of Nations Armory Museum featuring Lieutenant Major Anjan Lee, Tutmos III of the Windsors. She is the second birth descendant realm of Anjan Lee, Tutmos III of the Windsor clan, Queen of the United States Navy, a royal line. I am also delighted to announce the interment and battlement of the League of Nations, a rolling green. Nationally status, noted forever. The Bay Walk says goodbye to the tenement slum. which gets carefully deconstructed in the cash from reclamation given to the financier. That is U.S. Highway 1 Juncture Building, which belongs to the Marines, and the interment place of General Meat, who is the third ordained person from the Vatican. The 7th Military Encampment is the main branch of the Free Library itself on the sea level, which is the actual place of residence of the Hun named Chunli and Fuli, both of them are Marines. The 8th Encampment features 3 historic shotgun architecturally designed apartments already accoutramented. The 9th is the Veterans Memorial near the TIAA Bank Field. Heritage tourism is our strongest industry. These incentives cost everyone money. We don't need any more apartments, and we should focus on the good in what we have and be effective.
Thank you, ma'am. We have no more speaker cards.
This public hearing is now closed.
Move the amendment.
I have a motion and a second on the amendment. All those in favor of the amendment, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, please say nay. Amendment passes.
Move the bill as amended.
I have a motion and a second on the bill as amended. Please open the ballot, record the vote.
Seventeen yeas, 0 nays.
By your vote, you've approved 2024-274 as amended.
Item 59, 2024-342. We have one speaker card. Paul Harden. Questions only.
This public hearing is now closed.
Move the bill.
I have a motion and a second on the bill. Please open the ballot, record the vote.
Seventeen yeas, 0 nays.
By your vote, you've approved 2024-342.
Item 60, 2024-343. We have one speaker card. Also, Paul Harden. Questions only. Yes.
Public hearing is now closed.
Move the amendment.
I have a motion and a second on the amendment. All those in favor of the amendment, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, please say nay. Amendment passes.
Move the bill as amended.
I have a motion and a second on the bill as amended. Please open the ballot, record the vote.
Seventeen yeas, 0 nays.
By your vote, you've approved 2024-343 as amended.
Item 61, 2024-344. We have one speaker card. Paul Harden. Questions only.
This public hearing is now closed.
Move the amendment.
I have a motion and a second on the amendment. Mr. Howland, please.
Thank you, Mr. Council President. I noticed it popped up and then popped off on your screen there. But I rise to declare ex parte for 2024-0344. I met with the applicant on March 25th, and we talked about the conceptual master plan for the development as well as the rezoning. We'll make sure this is filed with Legislative Services, sir. Thank you.
Did I close the public hearing? Okay. All those in favor of the amendment, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, please say nay. Amendment passes.
Move the bill as amended.
I have a motion and a second on the bill as amended. Please open the ballot, record the vote.
Seventeen yeas, 0 nays.
By your vote, you've approved 2024-344 as amended.
Item 62, 2024-345. We have one speaker card. Molly Peterson. Questions only.
Public hearing is now closed.
Move the bill.
I have a motion and a second on the bill. Please open the ballot, record the vote.
Seventeen yeas, 0 nays.
By your vote, you've approved 2024-345.
Item 63, 2024-346. We have no speaker cards.
This public hearing is now closed.
Move the bill.
I have a motion and a second on the bill. Please open the ballot, record the vote.
17 yeas, 0 nays.
By your vote, you've approved 2024-346.
Item 64, 2024-347, we have one speaker card, Hayden Phillips, questions only.
This public hearing is now closed.
Move the bill.
I have a motion and a second on the bill. Please open the ballot, record the vote.
Seventeen yeas, 0 nays.
By your vote, you've approved 2024-347.
Item 65, 2024-348, we have one speaker card, Hayden Phillips, questions only.
This public hearing is now closed.
Move the amendment.
I have a motion and a second on the amendment. Mr. Howland, you're recognized.
Thank you again, Mr. President. I rise to declare ex parte. I met on June 11th with Mr. Jim Gilmore regarding this project, and we'll make sure that's filed with Legislative Services. Thank you.
We're on the amendment. All those in favor of the amendment, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, please say nay. Amendment passes.
Move the bill as amended.
I have a motion and a second on the bill as amended. Please open the ballot, record the vote.
17 yeas, 0 nays.
By your vote, you've approved 2024-348 as amended.
Item 66, 2024-349. Excuse me.
Mr. Peluso, it just popped up. I'm sorry.
Thank you, Mr. President. Not a problem at all. I actually just wanted to stand and thank everyone again. Those last two votes were for the PUD for the Phoenix Art District. Again, a very transformative project for the area. I know it went through LUZ, and I know a lot of work was done for the LUZ members that were on that committee. So thank you so much. This is really going to be a cool thing for our city in general, right? It's going to be the attractor that we're looking for. So thank you so much, and let's keep moving along.
Thank you, Mr. Peluso.
Item 66, 2024-349, we have no speaker cards.
This public hearing is now closed.
Move the bill.
I have a motion and a second on the bill. Please open the ballot, record the vote.
Seventeen yeas, 0 nays.
By your vote, you've approved 2024-349.
Item 67, 2024-350, we have no speaker cards.
This public hearing is now closed.
Move the bill.
I have a motion and a second on the bill. Please open the ballot, record the vote.
Seventeen yeas, 0 nays.
By your vote, you've approved 2024-350.
Item 68, 2024-351, we have no speaker cards.
This public hearing is now closed.
Move the bill.
I have a motion and a second on the bill. Please open the ballot, record the vote.
Seventeen yeas, 0 nays.
By your vote, you've approved 2024-351.
Item 69, 2024-352, we have no speaker cards.
This public hearing is now closed.
Move the bill.
I have a motion and a second on the bill. Please open the ballot, record the vote.
Seventeen yeas, 0 nays.
By your vote, you've approved 2024-352.
Item 70, 2024-395, we have no speaker cards.
This public hearing is closed. Additional public hearing will be on 7/23 of '24.
Item 71, 2024-396, we have no speaker cards.
This public hearing is closed. An additional public hearing will be on 7/23 of '24.
Item 72, 2024-397, we have one speaker card, Hayden Phillips, questions only.
This public hearing is closed. An additional public hearing will be 7/23 of '24.
Item 73, 2024-398, we have one speaker card, Hayden Phillips, questions only.
I'm sorry, where are we?
Item 73, 2024-398, one speaker card, questions only.
Public hearing is closed. An additional public hearing will be 7/23 of 24.
Item 74, 2024-399, we have no speaker cards.
This public hearing is closed. An additional public hearing will be on 7/23 of 24.
Item 75, 2024-400, we have no speaker cards.
This public hearing is closed. An additional public hearing will be on 7/23 of 24.
Item 76, 2024-401, we have no speaker cards.
This public hearing is closed. An additional public hearing will be on 7/23 of 24.
Item 77, 2024-402, we have no speaker cards.
This public hearing is closed. An additional public hearing will be on 7/23 of 24.
Item 78, 2024-403, we have no speaker cards.
This public hearing is closed. An additional public hearing will be on 7/23 of 24.
Item 79, 2024-404, we have no speaker cards.
This public hearing is closed. An additional public hearing will be on 7/23 of 24.
Item 80, 2024-405, we have no speaker cards.
This public hearing is closed. An additional public hearing will be on 7/23 of 24.
Item 81, 2024-406, we have no speaker cards.
This public hearing is closed. An additional public hearing will be on 7/23 of 24.
Item 82, 2024-407, we have no speaker cards.
This public hearing is closed. An additional public hearing will be on 7/23 of 24.
Item 83, 2024-408, we have no speaker cards.
This public hearing is closed. An additional public hearing will be on 7/23 of 24.
Item 84, 2024-409, we have no speaker cards.
This public hearing is closed. An additional public hearing will be on 7/23 of 24.
Item 85, 2024-410, we have no speaker cards.
This public hearing is closed. An additional public hearing will be on 7/23 of 24.
Item 86, 2024-411, we have no speaker cards.
This public hearing is closed. An additional public hearing will be on 7/23 of 24.
We're now ready for items on second reading, beginning on page 46. Madam Secretary, please read the bills.
(2024-471, 454, 455, 456, and 478).
Let's see.
I think
Now going to page
45, Mr.
45. Item 2024-904.
Mr. Carrico?
Thank you, Mr. President, for recognizing me. I stand on the advice of Office of General Counsel after discussions with the State Ethics Office that there still lies a potential conflict in 2024-0904 with my employer, the Boys and Girls Club, so I will still not be able to participate in the vote nor the conversation this evening. Since this is the only time I'll have the mic, I'll say I'm slightly disappointed in that, since I know that this body did everything it could to make it so I would be able to participate, but the amendment just didn't carry everything out of it that could have a conflict. So good luck for the rest of you guys for the rest of the evening.
Councilmember Freeman.
Thank you, Mr. President. I too rise to declare that I'll be abstaining from the vote tonight on 2024-0904 as my employer, Miller Electric Company, out of an abundance of caution due to the execution of the stadium development between the City of Jacksonville, between the City of Jax Stadium LLC for the renovations of the existing stadium and construction and development of the stadium of the future, that it authorizes an execution of the stadium and the Miller Electric Performance Center agreement. And with that, I filled out my forms and they have been submitted to Legislative Services. Thank you.
Councilmember Gaffney, please.
Thank you. Through the chair, last week I abstained out of abundance of caution, but after meeting with attorneys, speaking with my advisors, I have made a decision where I can vote tonight. So looking forward to it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Gaffney. Councilmember Pittman. She's not here. Okay. You know, give me just a second, guys. I know some of you want to speak before the vote, some want to speak after the vote. I'll recognize Councilmember Gay's up, so please go ahead, sir. We haven't moved the amendment. Is yours on the amendment?
No, sir, no, sir. I'm clarifying my position.
Okay. I'm sorry, Mary.
Mr. President, I would recommend if you want to take action on the amendment, have discussion on the amendment, and if there's comments with respect to the bill overall, you wait until the bill gets moved to take up those comments, just so it's properly before the council for that discussion.
Is that okay?
Yes, sir, I was just going to declare my position as far as...
Oh, okay. I'm sorry. You were not on my list. Please go ahead, Mr. Gay.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise to clarify my position on voting for the stadium. I am cleared by ethics and OGC to abstain from voting on the stadium legislation and be able to participate in the construction. I, however, choose to forego my participation with my business in the stadium construction and to be able to vote. I feel it is more important for me to represent my voters that elected me, to be a voice for them rather than my business try to profit off of the stadium project. Thank you.
Mr. Gay, I apologize. Now I clearly understand what you were trying to do. Okay, that's all the abstentions.
Move the amendment.
I have a motion and a second on the amendment. All those in favor of the... You just popped up, Mr. Boylan. I'm sorry.
I apologize, Mr. President. Could I have an explanation of the amendment, please?
Sure. Mary?
Yes, happy to. And Ms. Taylor is also available should there need to be any clarification or further discussion on any of the points. So the amendment that was moved is the Committee of the Whole amendment, which entailed a large number of items. It included, and this is all outlined on a handout that's attached to your blue sheet. The amendment generally, and if you need specifics, we're happy to go into that. It revises the bill and each of the agreements with respect to the council auditor's technical amendments that were raised during the Committee of the Whole meeting. And that affects each of the agreements that were attached to the bill and also allows for correction of scrivener's errors. In addition, the amendment entails all of the council auditor recommended additional amendments that were agreed upon between the parties in advance of the Committee of the Whole meeting and placed on the record that they were all in agreement to those additional amendments and recommendations from the Council Auditor's Office. It also included approving a number of council member amendments, several of which were included on a spreadsheet that was distributed in advance of the Committee of the Whole meeting, as well as several other amendments that are outlined in your blue sheet, and it authorized correction of additional scrivener's errors. And if you need any additional information, Mr. Boylan, we're happy to provide it.
One question I still have, Mr. President, through the President, to Mrs. Stafopoulos, with respect to the CBA. Is that part of the body of this amendment?
Through the President to Councilmember Boylan, there were minor changes that were made to the CBA. So there was the White Amendment that was approved by the council at the prior special council meeting, and that White Amendment carved out a portion of the CBA, and that will be filed as separate legislation. What was retained in the CBA that is attached to Ordinance 2024-904 is that $56 million from the city for those parks projects. It also addresses that there's an approximately $119 million amount from the Jaguars that doesn't specify where it will go, but that is still contemplated in that agreement. The other items that were contemplated in these amendments that were part of the Committee of the Whole amendment were to, for instance, require council approval for any substantive or financial amendments, and some other items that were outlined in your blue sheet that came out of the council auditor's recommendations. But no council member amendments contemplated the community benefits.
So the CBA carve-out is not part of this amendment?
Only with respect to the auditor's recommended technical and other recommended amendments that are outlined in your blue sheet. There were a couple of minor items in the CBA that were also changes that were recommended for other agreements that made up the full package.
Is it appropriate for me to speak to the CBA carve-out at this time?
That at this point is not part of the amendment. The carve-out occurred during, and was voted upon by the council at a prior meeting. So this amendment does not contemplate the carve-out. That was previously
So
handled.
this 904 now, within the body of 904 is the CBA carve-out.
Just the portion that remained, yes, Mr. Boylan.
What about the part that's not there?
That will be addressed via separate legislation that was going to be filed by the administration.
Well, I'm disappointed to hear about the carve-out personally. I thought it was a good idea to keep it in there, and I understand, don't know if I appreciate the pretext why it was done, but I think it was a great message for the community for us to be able to do that as a body, as part of the total agreement. But I would like to ask maybe the council president or someone who can speak to just exactly how we're going to be taking up the carve-out.
But Mr. Boylan, I asked, because I'm still the president today, I suggested it be filed on our next council meeting, which is July 23rd. What happens to it at that point, it will be up to President White and how he handles the bill after July 1.
Let me ask one more question, and thank you for your patience, Mr. President. With respect to the commitment, what was most exciting to me about the CBA was that we were signing an agreement saying we would commit to do these projects. Is that still going to be part and parcel with the pending bill? Can anyone, Mr. Sofopoulos or anyone speak to that? I don't want to see us kick the can down the road is what I'm trying to say. Go ahead, thank you.
Mr. Boylan, I think it's clear, and the 4 park projects are part of 904, $56 million. The other $94 million is in a separate bill that I have filed for the first council meeting when we get back, which is July 23rd. Council President White has talked publicly about a special committee, whether it'll go into regular committees, and I'm sure he'll take the next couple of weeks or so to think about that and determine what the best approach is. President White, did you want to address that?
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mr. President. I can assure you I'll drag it no longer than it has to be. I want to get it moved too, because I think we need to put money on the east side. There was just too many questions to get the bigger bill passed, in my opinion, and that's why I did it this way, but it will not be dragged out.
You're gone, Mr. Peluso? Okay. Mr. Floor Leader, I think you're going to move the amendment?
It's been moved. We need a vote.
Moved. Okay. All those in favor of the amendment, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, please say nay. Amendment passes. Can I get a drum roll?
Move the bill as amended.
I got a motion and a second to move 2024-904 as amended. Dr. Johnson.
This was actually, Mr. President, thank you for recognizing me. I was trying to get in so I could speak first after the bill. Would you mind indulging me for that?
I will recognize you first.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Mr. Morrow, you want to speak now or after the bill, after the vote?
I'll speak now.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. President. First off, let me speak to your leadership for the past 12 months. Thank you for the leadership that you demonstrated. Clearly, one of steel convictions, leadership that demonstrated fiscal accountability and a compassion for this city that we call home, Jacksonville. While I've been sitting here, I've been receiving emails regarding this legislation, and many are like the emails that I've received are simply vote no. And I'm reminded of a saying that the pessimist finds difficulty in opportunity, but the optimist finds opportunity in difficulty. And so it's a challenge for all of us tonight as we poise to make a significant decision. All that I've been reflecting on this moment, and I think this is an opportunity for this city council to be a legacy city council. A city council that will be remembered for making a significant decision. While I had experienced some heartburn for the carving out of the $94 million, I am confident in our incoming president, a man of his word, that he will make a diligent effort to address that, to fulfill the commitment that, or the promises that have been made to out east. This is a chance for us to do something, to do some transformative work. We all came here not to do what's expedient, what's political, but to do what is right. All during my campaign, I was asked about the stadium, and I've brought it to a simplistic term, that we own this property. We're the landlord. The Jags are the tenants. And the tenants, in this case, have decided to dig into their pockets to make this happen. I am confident in the work of the auditors. They have looked at this thing and they've assured me that it looks good. And because the numbers are good, I'm going to support this. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Gay.
Thank you, Mr. President. After long thoughts and looking at the whole scenario is why I felt all within me that I needed to recuse myself from participating in this project, because I see so many things here that needs to be corrected, that I just can't go along with. You know, I'm very concerned about the future finances of our city. The council president voiced his concerns about the stability of the city's future, and I concur with him. The Jaguars, they've spent 4 years working on this deal. The mayor's administration has spent 8+ months, and we basically are less than 4 weeks of trying to look at the surface of this without even digging into the depths of it. I tried from the beginning when I came into office to be involved with the negotiations, but just received one brief meeting. There's a great deal wrong with it, with this agreement, and you know, it must be corrected before we approve it. Just a few examples. Naming rights is $147 million that's spread out over 30 years. The Jaguars' share of the CBA is $150 million spread out of 30 years. But the city's portion will be paid in 4 years. The stadium contract, the ROFO, the $25 million, the team's portion of the stadium construction, but it'll be credited back to them when they purchase the ROFOs. We look at delinquent Super Bowl debt, $20 million. The sales tax benefit, $25 million. This equates to 70-something million dollars that's going on their side that should really be on the city side. You know, I tried to show normal construction practices wasn't being followed. When we got the base construction of the needs, so yeah, we split that 50-50, so that would be, say the base construction would be $350 million, and the preference items like the roof would be a 60-40 or 70-30. So that, you know, that would bring the split down to the city's portion of being like $490 million, which is like a $260 million swing our way that we should be looking at. And that's just from the surface. That's not a 2-month or 3-month deep dive into the numbers. You know, the statements during the committees was, you know, we're too far along in the deal to reconsider, but that's not the fault of the city council. I mean, I've been here and made myself available. It's also concerning that, you know, we're manipulating the the Better Jacks plan, you know, with what we're doing, in which, you know, the Better Jacks plan was voted on by the referendum by the citizens. And so, you know, they're not even getting a bite at this apple to say if the majority of the citizens approve it. So, you know, I see a great deal wrong with this, and I know we can do better. We owe it to our citizens. We can do better. We can pause this and look to a deeper dive, but I think we owe that to them, because what we do tonight will echo in eternity. So I implore you to take this to heart, and let's be cautious and a good steward of our taxpayers' dollars. Thank you.
Councilmember Paluso.
Thank you, Mr. President. I stand a little frustrated. As I understood it, we created the amendment, and we carved out items because of conflicts that everyone could vote this evening. To see that those same individuals are not going to be able to vote tonight feels a little, feels like I got a little cheated. Feels like our city got a little cheated. There's no way I'm voting no on this bill. I'm very much in support of it. And I really hope that I'm on this special committee or whatever else is happening in July to make sure that this CBA remains intact and moves forward. Because frankly, we had Eastsiders out here. We told them we were going to support them. I know tonight's an important night for our city. I'm excited for that, but I won't lie. That took me by surprise. Same people who couldn't vote before can't vote. I mean, come on. Mr. Lending, I spoke to you earlier. If you don't mind coming up, I do have a quick question. Because reporters were calling me earlier, because they were saying, hey, with the new carve-out, it doesn't provide for the type of explanation as to where the Jaguars side of the dollars are going to go to. I still want to get commitment that, you know, the east side's going to be getting a considerable amount of monies from the Jaguars side, and hopefully we can see the same thing on the city side. Please, sir.
Yeah, our commitment in total and our commitment to the east side is unchanged. We will advocate to the best of our ability to ensure that the $75 million that we had included, targeted to the east side, remains. And we certainly would hope this body, when you take it up, that portion of the dollars from the Jaguars, $75 million that was targeted towards the out east, that will remain.
Excellent. Thank you very much, sir. Yeah, Mr. President, I was a little taken aback by that. And Mr. Vice President, I do hope that you consider putting me on whatever special committee is established. Thank you so much. Let's vote this up and make history.
Mr. Lanen.
Thank you, Council President. Councilman Amar mentioned the word optimism, and so a lot's been said about what's not in the CBA, but Council auditors, correct me if I'm wrong, we're about to vote on a $175 million CBA, $56 million in taxpayer funded, $119 from the Jaguars, which is not only the biggest CBA ever, it's by double. So Buffalo has, I think, $90 million. Mr. Hugh confirmed that was the biggest ever prior to that, and I know we're going to work in good faith to increase it further. But I think if nothing else, Buffalo already has the number 2 Josh Allen. They're about to get the number 2 CBA as well, so I look forward to voting yes on this.
Matt Carlucci.
Thank you, Mr. President. I am wholeheartedly behind this bill, even with the carve-out, but that doesn't mean I don't support the carve-out. I was especially refreshed with our incoming president's attempt to make an amendment that might afford some council members to vote, and it turns out that didn't happen, but that was done in good faith, and I appreciated that. That was statesmanship. This is a big deal for our city, and there's no doubt about it. But I just want to go on record to say that if we pass the CBA, the Community Benefits Agreement, with all that was in it, then that will make this a legacy bill. And you want to be a part of a legacy bill that you could look back at and say, I did good and I did my best for the whole community. Thank you, Mr. President.
Mr. Howland.
Thank you, Mr. President. I was going to speak after we passed this tonight, but I decided to share my thoughts now. From the very first day that we received this agreement from the administration, I was clear that I would focus on two things. First, I would work to protect the taxpayers, and second, I wanted to get a deal that would help keep the Jacksonville Jaguars in Jacksonville. We did so with this deal. We largely isolated the agreement to just the stadium component. We had 21 amendments on 2024-904. We have a record contribution from the Jaguars, and we've committed, as we've heard around this dais today, to review all the other strategic investments separately from the deal, but fairly and commensurately with the budget. And all along the way, which I really enjoyed, we actually raised additional fiscal concerns around this dais, particularly from the council president. Yes, we probably do have ad valorem collection headwinds, and yes, we do have a lot of key and strategic investments for the city that are going to be necessary. But we brought those to light. We talked about them, and we're considering this deal in light of those. So I believe what started as a fair deal is now a fairer deal, and it's certainly better than our comparable peer cities, Buffalo and Nashville, which I appreciate. So I want to applaud actually all the parties that were involved in this, the administration, the Jaguars, all the attorneys who worked on it, and particularly the auditors who really scrubbed all of these agreements that make up 2024-904, and I'm proud to support it tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Arias.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd just like to state the fact that when this CBA first was proposed to us, and I have the chart here because I keep on bringing this up, I liked it. I really did like it. It's just, it wasn't just detailed enough from my opinion and for my satisfaction. You know, East Side getting about 105 million, Park 70 million, countywide about another, 100 and something million. It wasn't ready for me just yet. So one of the reasons why I supported breaking it apart was just because I felt that we still had a little bit more tweaking to do on the CBA. My commitment, and I said it many times in the last couple of weeks, is to the East Side. I heard everybody from the East Side come out, and it definitely struck a chord with me that we need to emphasize the East Side. And I'm actually doing a tour this weekend at the East Side just to get to know that community a little bit better, just because I am focused and dedicated on this. I do want to support this, but I would just want to make sure to be clear that the reason why I was in support of breaking it apart was just because I felt that this CBA agreement, being that this is once in a lifetime for us, once every 30 years, we need more than, like my colleague just said, 4 to 5 weeks to really dive into this. We need to put more time into this. And for me, when you're talking about countywide efforts, there were things that I didn't see in there that just didn't bode well with me. I didn't see anything for economic development for the county-wide. There is economic development for the East Side, but there's nothing here that says economic development for county-wide efforts. So that's something that I know I've been working with the administration, and they're definitely receptive to seeing how we can include some of that language in there. Aside from that, county-wide, you're looking at 19, really 14 district council members that I think should have an input into the CBA, because at the end of the day, we're talking county-wide efforts. There's 14 experts here. They could definitely bring some input into this, some valuable input. We are the foot on the ground, boots on the ground for our community. So I've been, like I said, speaking to the administration, and they're definitely receptive to this. So I'm focused on, once we get back from the break, to really, like President-designate Randy White just said, getting this done as soon as possible, and to support the CBA. So I'm in support of everything that's happening tonight, and I just want to make sure that the administration knows why I decided to break this apart. That's all it was. Thank you.
Councilmember Joe Carlucci.
All right, thank you, Mr. President. I don't want to belabor the CBA. I think we've talked about it enough. I want to just kind of honor the Jags a little bit with the process that they did. It was a stellar process. They had community huddles throughout the whole thing. Everyone had their questions answered. They made themselves available to the media. I mean, I know that sounds like baseline stuff, but I just wanted to, call that out and say thank you guys. And one thing that that stuck with me that Mark Lamping had said throughout these community huddles is, if we just do a stadium, we failed. That's what he has said, and it stuck with me. And I'm committed to the CBA. I think it needed to be done the way it was done, but I do agree with that wholeheartedly, and I appreciate the Jags for putting up not only $100 million, but going a step further to $150 million. And to echo what Councilmember Howland said, the mayor's team spent thousands of hours on this. OGC, probably hundreds of hours, if not thousands. Council auditors, legislative services, you guys have done a ton of the hard work, pretty much all of the hard work. So we just get to get up here and look at these things, vote with confidence, and I just wanted to say thank you to all of y'all as well. So thank you, Mr. President.
Councilmember Freeman.
Thank you, Mr. President, and through the President, to the body. One, I want to offer my, now that I'm able to speak, it's been a bit painful up here to have to sit and not participate in the sport of politics and on such a huge topic in our city. But one, I want to thank the mayor and her team for the work that you all have done in presenting this to this body. Have been around for a while, and the way in which it was presented made it very easy for this group to then do the hard work of adding their input to it. Mr. President, I want to thank you for setting an aggressive path to bring this forward tonight to a vote. You definitely put a lot of pressure on us and on our schedules and personal lives, but that this issue was that big and important. And lastly, I want to thank my colleagues. I want to thank each of you for the work that you all did. I had a front row seat here, but most importantly, I want to thank you for allowing me an opportunity to participate. That was one of my biggest concerns, is that something so important to our city, because it was connected, I would be silenced throughout the whole process. So even though I'm not able to participate in something that means a lot to me, because as a former athlete, I fully understand the value that a professional team brings to a city. I understand the impact that they have to a city. And one of the things that I like to reference often, and if you haven't as a council person leaned on the Jaguar Foundation, if you're one of the ones that does a service in the community for kids, that foundation is a huge source to provide a service. But if you go beyond that and you think about their roster, and you think about the numerous players that have foundations, each one of them are adding a value to our community through the work collectively that they're doing. And those things, I think, are not shared enough of the impact that they're doing at the grassroots level. So I want to thank each of you again, and I look forward to seeing how this vote goes and then participating in the CBA. So thank you again, Mr. President.
Councilman Corlett, you're going to speak after the vote, correct? Yes, sir. Okay. I'm the last speaker, and I just want, I intentionally wanted to be the last one. I wanted to thank some people. I have lived this for the last month or so, and I couldn't have lived it without a lot of people. First of all, the council auditors. You guys don't know how many hours they have put in, not just weekends, evenings. I was in here with them on Juneteenth. They have done, I pushed them because we had an aggressive schedule and they worked extremely hard, and I appreciate it. And I know the citizens appreciate it. Number two, my colleagues. We set up an aggressive schedule. Some of you said we can't do it this quick. And I said we are, because you're going to get every question answered. And I think all of you did. So I appreciate you letting me lead through this process. Number three is the Office of General Counsel. I don't know everyone that worked on this deal, but I know Mary was always there for me and advising me. I know John Sawyer, God knows how many hours John Sawyer put into this thing. Number four, the mayor's office. Mayor, you, Darnell, Mike Weinstein, I know how many hours Mike put in. But we couldn't have gotten here without your help. And I know we talked a lot early on about starting the huddles early before the agreement was even finished. And because of that, we're here tonight. And I think we all appreciate that. Jaguars, Mark, you were everywhere. You made yourself available for the council members. You were back and forth. We tried to set up a schedule for you, but you answered every question everybody had. Mary Ann Lamore, Legislative Services. Mary Ann worked out a schedule to make sure that we had second readings and public hearings and all the things we had to do to be here tonight. Mary Ann, I appreciate what you did. You were wonderful about it. Michael Hugh was a tremendous help to me, particularly on the CBA and other aspects of the deal, and I'm very grateful to him as well. I've had some calls over the last couple of days from people from other cities, and we are the envy of the sports industry today. If you look at Cincinnati and some of these other cities, they're in turmoil over their stadiums, Kansas City, and we had a process, and we worked that process all the way through, and everybody got their questions answered, and that's why we're here tonight, because the process worked. We all worked together to make the process work. The only thing I'm sad about tonight are my colleagues that can't vote. I said from the very beginning, I want every council member to vote, and those that can't vote tonight, you know I did everything I could to try to get every council member to vote. So that is the only sadness I have tonight, is that I've got colleagues that I've got to look at that can't vote tonight. So with that, I'm going to sit down and say, open the ballot, record the vote.
Fourteen yeas, 1 nay, 2 abstain.
By your vote, we have scored a touchdown. It is my pleasure to say, by your vote, you have approved 2024-904 as amended. Thank you. Before I recognize some council members, I asked Mayor Deegan to come forward and say a couple of words. Mayor Deegan?
Thank you. Well, I want to add my thanks to Council President Salem, Council President-elect White, and to the entire council. As Council President Salem said, this was an aggressive schedule. I should probably send flowers every day for the next year to the General Counsel's office for how hard I rode them in that last month. But they came through. And I think what I want you all to know is this is what can happen. We can reach historic, generational progress when we focus and we work together for a singular goal, together. This is what we can accomplish. And I think this is a tremendous night for the city of Jacksonville. I want to thank also, we have some members here. Please stand up. The original folks who voted on the original council people who voted on the original lease. Stand up. I know this is a proud day for them, too. I want to thank, once again, Mark Lamping and the Jaguars organization. I want to thank Mike Weinstein. Oh, my goodness. Nobody could have worked harder than Mike. I want to thank my whole staff, who's, I think, mostly here tonight. for all the tremendous amount of hours and care and time they put into this. And I want to truly thank the members of Out East and the rest of the community that came out to say, if this is going to be the agreement that we all really know can be a generational agreement that can move Jacksonville forward, we will invest in this full community benefit agreement before it's all over. And I know we will. I know we will. I want you all to know that I am committed to working with you to make that happen, and it needs to be a part of this agreement before it's all over. We've shared with you the reasons why that's important, but I look forward to getting that across the finish line. So truly, just my sincere thanks to all of you for working together to make this happen, to Jimmy, to Michael, to Ken, to all of you who mentioned how disappointed you were that this agreement was split apart. You know I was too. But you know what? It will just offer us another opportunity to come together and to create an agreement that will be good for Jacksonville. And I know we will do it. And the folks at Out East have been patient, and I know that we're going to get it done for them. So smile, Jimmy. This is a big night. This is a big night for all of us. Thank you so much, Council. Appreciate you very much.
Thank you. Mark, would you come forward? We'll go to the council members after Mark.
Thank you, President Salem. The process to explore and arrive at a stadium solution in Jacksonville began in earnest 4 years ago. That process led us to Tuesday, May 14th, when it was our privilege to join Mayor Donna Deegan to share with President Salem and the City Council our proposal for the Stadium of the Future. The key themes that afternoon were potential and partnership. The potential of Jacksonville and the crucial role of the Stadium of the Future in reaching that potential, and the partnership between the Jaguars and the City of Jacksonville required to make that happen. That presentation was 6 weeks ago. What followed were community huddles, committee meetings, new ideas, improvements, compromises, challenges, revisions, agreements, some laughs, no tears that I'm aware of. Some family vacations were missed. That's you, Mike Weinstein. And other family vacations were protected. That's me. I'm leaving tomorrow. This process has been both a marathon and a sprint. But tonight, thanks to the spirit of teamwork and partnership that would be the envy of any city, we can take a well-earned pause. We are meeting the challenge of achieving two vital goals for our community: securing the future of the Jaguars in Jacksonville for generations to come, and setting the stage to change Jacksonville forever. To thank everyone by name who played a role in this historic moment for our city would be a very unpopular move at this hour. What I will say is catalytic projects like this do not happen if you don't have someone whose commitment and belief in the city of Jacksonville is literally epic, and that person is Shad Khan. So on behalf of Shad Khan and his family and everyone at the Jacksonville Jaguars, we thank you, and we would like to commend Mayor Donna Deegan, Darnell Smith and the mayor's staff, City Council President Ron Salem and the council staff, General Counsel Michael Fackler and his entire office, and particularly John Sawyer, who is often at the tip of the spear with agreements of this magnitude, Council Auditor Kim Taylor and her staff. The work that you put in was absolutely incredible. Legislative Counsel Mary Staffelopoulos, City CFO, there you go, City CFO Anna Bruchet and her staff, including Mike Weinstein, and each and every elected official who weighed in on this significant agreement. Finally, a huge thanks to the thousands of Jaguar fans and members of the community who strongly voiced their support for this project. Your voices were heard. So we have an agreement. That means soon we will have more work to do. But tonight, let's celebrate like it's 1993. We did it again. Thank you.
Council members, we do have one additional piece of business, the addendum, which we'll get to after we get people in the queue here. Matt Carlucci.
Well, this is probably a good thing because between you, Council President, and the mayor, most of my thunder's been stolen. But that's okay, because you know what? Teamwork makes the dream work. And I've always said our city moves best when we move together. And we moved together through this. I want to thank the Council President for the orderly process that you put us through. And you kept us on track, and you got us to tonight. And we passed it. Congratulations to you. I really want to congratulate my mayor, our mayor, Deegan. She said she would put a team together of excellence to negotiate this contract, and she did. And of course, Mike Weinstein, huge. But you've also got others. You've got John Sawyer. You talk about a deep mind in attorney, that man is unbelievable. And then Jolene Dillard, I hope I pronounced that right, she did a great job as well. And I wanted to give a shout out to them before I went to my main event. And if you could spare me, if I go a little over, Council President, I just got a lot of names to call off here. 31 years ago, I got a letter that was dated 31 years ago to this day to then President Warren Jones from the Ed Austin saying, we're stuck and we can't seem to move forward. And after that letter, and with the leadership of then Council President Warren Jones and the incoming president, which I think was Eric Smith, we put together with the great help of Don Davis. But you know, I got to tell you, I'm going to recognize every one of these. You can stand up if you want to. If you don't want to, don't worry about it. But there was 14 members that voted for the original contract, and only 9 still living. And those council members who are living that paved the way for us are Dick Brown, Terry Fields, Warren Jones, Dick Kravitz, Jenny Myrick, Jim Overton, Eric Smith, and Terry Wood. And the ones that are not here, but maybe in spirit they are Don Davis, C.B. Griffin, E. Denise Lee, Max Leggett, and Jim Tullis. But I want to tell you, this process was so much simpler than the original one was.
Don't forget back on
Yes, I was. I was. But I'm looking at a bunch of veterans down there back in my day that really led the way. Last thing I want to say is that what we did tonight was we produced a better lease than the original one. We did that. And you know what? Those council members down there know it. But I want to make another observation, and I'll stop with this. The ones that was made back in 1993, that was the greatest contract ever in the history of Jacksonville because it's the one that got us the team. And so without what my colleagues down there did, and the ones that are not with us anymore, we wouldn't even be here talking about a lease. So we improved on the lease, but I just don't want anybody to ever forget the first lease because we were walking in uncharted waters and it was difficult. But we have some great minds and some great statesmen that helped us through. I thank you all for coming tonight. And thank you, Mr. Chairman, Mr. President, for allowing me to go over a little bit. And but this meant a lot to me to recognize them.
Thank you. Dr. Johnson.
There was a quote by James Weldon Johnson, a native son of this city, that said, labor is the fabled magician's wand, the philosopher's stone, and the cap of good fortune. And the labor has come to a reward tonight. I could not be more proud to be a member of the 19 that sit around this dais. I am also incredibly honored to see my mentors. I've known these ladies and gentlemen, and you too, Mayor Elaine. I've known these ladies and gentlemen all of my life. And never, I'm sure maybe you have seen something in me, but I didn't know that I would be in this space looking at the work that you did 30 years ago. And as a child, as a spectator, I now have taken those lessons and bring them here with me today. And I'm reminded, as I think of quotes all the time, Maya Angelou once said, "I go as one, but I come as 10,000. And each time I walk in this building and walk on this dais, I say, come with me, come. The knowledge, the lessons that we've been taught. This lease agreement is not just a contract, it's such of a commitment to our community that we have not seen before. It's extremely personal for me because in this space we've done something that my phone has been ringing off the hook, if phones had hooks today, since Friday. We have enshrined in this lease agreement historically black colleges and universities. This has never been done before. Colleagues from all across the country are calling saying, thank you for opening the door so that we are seen. And now with this HBCU provision, thank you so much, Mr. Lamping. Thank you to the team of the Jaguars, Representative Weinstein, the mayor's office. Thank you for allowing people to just see themselves in this contract. This is an opportunity for us to take uncomfortability and create something great. The great orator T.D. Jakes once said, the same place that you find failure is the same place you find comfort. I'm glad tonight that we were comfortable being uncomfortable in creating something new and different, in making an opportunity for our city. This is just the beginning. And if we take the energy and fortitude of what we have done tonight, we will take this community benefits agreement. It will be intact. We will see $300 million, and it will be taken to by the time, I'm going to predict this, of the NFL owners meeting, so that we can truly realize the benefits of everything that this brings to the forefront. I'm so honored to be in this space, and congratulations, colleagues. Thank you.
Junior Gaffney.
Thank you. I won't be long. You know, it's a quote that says, sports is the only common denominator that brings everybody together. They say they haven't been this excited since last year this time when we all won an election. And I'm just being perfectly honest. And I'm not going to be long, but I think the only thing to top tonight is the Jaguars bringing the Super Bowl. So that's my ask for the Jaguars. But I don't want to belabor the point, you know, over the last 2 or 3 months, I mean, this been a grind for everyone. I had community meetings, you know, I went to a community meeting talking about Chick-fil-A and they asking questions about the Jaguars. So, you know, I'm excited. We did make history, and I'm happy to be a part of it. I'm happy to be a part of it at the end of the day. You know, Councilman Carlucci, he said, yes, I mean, 31 years ago, you guys was the first one to bring the lease into the city, but tonight, we'll be the first one to bring it to a Super Bowl into the city. So thank you.
Thank you. Council members, if you turn to page 56, I need a motion for the addendum. I have a motion and a second. All those in favor of the addendum, please indicate by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed, please say nay. Addendum is added. A roll call.
Seventeen present.
Are there any announcements? Councilmember Carrico.
Thank you, Mr. President. I have the honor of sitting next to Jacoby, and she left, so I'm doing the birthdays. So we have happy birthdays to Mike Gay on 6/25. He turned about 35 years old. Yes, congratulations. Chris Miller, Colonel Miller on 7/11. He also turned 35. And then, of course, our great support team, Jessica Denson on 7/18. And then Councilmember Clark Murray, doesn't say the date. You turned 21, though. Congratulations. Happy birthday to everybody. Oh, you're you're on my list, I'm sorry.
The cups you found on your, in front of you are for me, if you hadn't figured that out yet. I think most of you did. Anyone else? Anyone else? Councilmember Freeman. Oh, for the prayer? Okay, wait a minute, let me adjourn. Prayer.
Thank you, Mr. President. Again, just a reminder of the 10,000 backpacks that we're going to be giving away at the Prime Osborne. And I'd be remiss if I did not send a shout out to my oldest, Evie, who is probably watching from New York at church camp, but she doesn't know this yet, but she made the all First Coast team for track, third team in long jump, so really excited for her. Really thought long and hard about a closing prayer for this body,